Hi, everyone, and we are finally live. Welcome to our virtual conference for SDRs and sales leaders, Sales Development Excellence 2022. My name is Alex, and I'm on a sales team at Reply.io, and I will be one of your hosts tonight. Vlad, you are mute.
Welcome to our second virtual conference on sales development for SDRs and SDR leaders organized by SDR leaders. My name is Vlad and I'm from Reply.io. So before we start, let's warm everyone up. Let us know in the comments what's your position, your company, and where you're from.
Thank you for already starting doing that. We're glad to see people from so many locations. I think almost every continent is already presented here, huh?
Yep. So I will go first. My name is
Canada,
Vlad.
US, Argentina, Portugal, Ukraine. Nice. Awesome. Very nice to meet all of you. By the way, the chat option is where we want you to be active at all time. Let us know your questions. Let us know what you'd like to learn about. We are actually going to use those questions as we go during our discussions. Yes.
SDR manager from NCAM, Michigan. Engagement manager, Prisma, Canada, Ukraine, Long Island, New York. Senior SDR from Greece.
I believe we are expecting a lot of salespeople here today for sure. Any leaders here? Nice. SDR.
New York, SDR from New York. Cool, cool, cool. Head of SDR from France. Cool, Neo. Group head of SDRs, BDRs is the UK. Sabia Group. Cool, cool, cool. Sounds like, again, people from all around the world, right?
Yep. I expect we're going to have a great crowd here today, both among our speakers, which I know you're all looking forward to seeing, but also among our audience. And we actually really encourage you guys to be active participants. You are just as big of a part of this event as you are. It wouldn't be happening without everyone who signed up, who is here today with us now. So yeah, we're happy to talk to you through chat at all times.
Yes, stay active in the chat. Let's proceed, yeah.
All right. So as some of you may know, the Sales Development Excellence is actually a tradition of ours at Reply, which we started last year. Our first event took place last October 2021, and this last year has been quite a roller coaster for us. The majority of the team at Reply is actually from Ukraine. Most of us are Ukrainians, and it has been quite a challenging year for us in the face of the Russian aggression. But despite all odds, we're happy to be here to stand strong first as a business in Reply and also to stand strong as a nation of Ukraine.
Yeah, and if there is a lesson we have learned so far is that you can't always be prepared for what comes next, but it's not that scary to face those challenges when you have a community of like-minded people to stand by your side and support you in any way possible. So actually, that's why we didn't hesitate a minute whether to hold this conference or not. We wanted to offer a platform for salespeople, SDRs, SDR leaders, BDRs, and salespeople like ourselves to come together, learn, connect, and prepare for anything you might come your way in the future. So, and as you can see, here's a quick illustration of how sales development skills and technologies can be used for raising awareness about the situation in Ukraine. As a team, we reached thousands of SaaS and tech companies, to be precise, approximately 20K SaaS companies in spring, and generated hundreds of responses that were converted into donations, public awareness, and support of the global tech community. So thank you, everyone. And when they ask me what's the best sequence or cold outreach campaign I ever created, no doubt I will definitely say that this one is definitely the best one. It helped us generate hundreds of positive responses, hundreds of positive emails. It helps us raise donations and awareness all around the tech community.
Indeed, I hope that you can read all of these replies. Maybe the font is too small, but it was great to see so much positive feedback and to really see a lot of businesses turn their logos to yellow and blue. I find that very important for me when I just look up a company who has a demo with me. I look up them on LinkedIn and I see that, and that means a lot for me already. Indeed. Also, and we have one more example for you, because in Ukraine, we don't only have just a regular military army, we also have a PR army. Which is we have a PR army, which is a non-government organization of Ukrainian communication experts, and they also used Reply. So after the Russian-Ukrainian war began, the PR army used Reply to scale up their outreach capacity. They send personalized pitches to journalists, which looked like personalized emails. And as the result, they were able to publish over 1,600 articles in the media all over the world. So something like prospecting, so solution like Reply, which is usually used for prospecting, helped us to actually spread awareness about the situation in Ukraine, get the word in the media, get people to know what's happening. So these are the stories how sales development and prospecting skills were used for good at the times of war. All right, so we know what you're all here for, and that is our speakers, that is sales-related advice, sales development-related advice as well. So let us start with a quick agenda, walk you through what is going to be happening today, which topics we are going to cover. So we will kick off the conference. We will kick off our first panel discussion just in the next 5 or so minutes. We'll talk about LinkedIn, how to build your personal brand on LinkedIn, how to do social selling, how to grow your audience. We have some amazing 4 speakers joining us. Afterwards, Will from Lavender will talk about how to write great emails, how to get those emails replied to, how to get those emails opened. So looking forward to that. And we'll finish off our first block with the presentation from Tim. We'll talk about product-led growth approaches and sales development.
Yeah, I agree. So as you can see, people keep saying where they're from, what their role is. So super excited to see even more people from Spain, BDRs, SDR leaders, Germany, SDRs from SaaS companies. So thank you for being active in the chat, and I hope you will find a new friend there too, maybe. Okay, so next we will have a quick coffee break. Then we will be talking about women in sales. Alex will be leading these panel discussions. Then we will have what's next in sales development with Anatol from Reply.io. It's our VP of product. He will be sharing sales development trends and how to prepare you as your team for 2023, what tech stack and what tools you may need in the next year. After that, we will have a great discussion with Morgan J. Ingram about cold emails. We will be reviewing your cold emails you sent us earlier in live. So let's see how it will go.
I believe you and Morgan did a webinar on LinkedIn messaging teardown, right? Just last week or so, 2 weeks back, maybe?
It was like 10
so maybe
days
if
ago.
Anybody okay. If anybody was there, you know what to expect, but definitely we're going to look at some templates. And I think today you're going to walk away knowing what to write, maybe what not to write. So definitely we'll be on the right track. Yep, we all have the next slide up, which is our third and final block of the conference. We will also kick it off with the panel discussion with some SDR leaders, how to coach and mentor your SDR team. Then Jason Bay from Outbound Squad will talk to us about cold calling. Let me know in the comments who is here for the cold calling session. because cold calling doesn't leave anyone indifferent. You either love it or you hate it, but as salespeople, we have to be good at it. So we're going to talk about how to become confident at cold calling. And we will wrap up today's conference talking about creative strategies and cold outreach, some things that you're maybe already using, some things you might want to start using as SAP to stay ahead of your competition, to be noticed, to have your SDRs, top SDRs in the industry. So yeah.
Yeah, I see people are here for Morg, I guess, from Lavender, Bill from Lavender, and for Jason Bay from Outbound Squad. So cool. So we have people who are waiting for cold calling masterclass.
Indeed, indeed. Jason, okay.
Great story. Jason Bay cold called me once. I felt like a celebrity was calling me. Great.
I would definitely listen to his speech and see what he has to say. Yeah, awesome. Thank you for sharing those stories, guys. We actually have chat open, so we're reading through everything. We'll try to reply to everything that's possible. Also, we will have the 2 coffee breaks in between the first and second session and second and third sessions. They will be 10 minutes long. But before we let you go on the breaks, we are actually going to reward the most active participants in the chat. We are looking forward to having your questions during panel discussions and presentations as well. We have the team that's looking through those questions. We are going to select the best ones, and we will send some cool swag your way. Coffees for cold callers. Everybody will know you're from sales when you're wearing that t-shirt. So yeah, some nice presents will be available for you.
Yeah, for everyone who is asking how to get that swag and mug, so just stay active in the chat. I mean, ask great questions, and there is chance you can win something here, definitely. Okay, and also we will pick the winner who will get a personal mentorship session with our special guest Morgan J. Ingram at the end of the event. So stay with us for as long as you can, and you will see who will be a winner of this personal mentorship session with Morgan.
Indeed, those of you who enrolled for the sweepstakes, you know who you are. So we are going to name the winner at the end. Before we start off, one quick word of thanks to our partners, Chili Piper, Lead Peter, Lavender, Correlated, Sales Labs, Cognism, Belkins, Outbound Squad. Thank you for helping us with putting together the event. It's great to be working with such a great team. Indeed, indeed.
And I guess we are almost ready to get started. So that's why we have prepared this last slide, I would say. Let's get started. And this rocket means that we will start in a few minutes with our first panel discussion. And it will be focused on sales development and how to build your personal brand on LinkedIn and how to amplify your social selling for SDRs. So this one will be definitely useful for SDR leaders, salespeople who want to start building their LinkedIn personal brand on LinkedIn. So yeah.
I believe we still have another couple minutes while our panelists are getting ready to join us and start the discussion. Please let us know. We've heard already some of the sessions you're looking forward to, but also let us know which topics, maybe as a leader or an SDR, you're struggling with, so we know what's top of mind for you, and we'll try to cover that today, and if not, save that for later as well. So let us know if you're an SDR, what skills you're looking after, which topics you're looking after.
Yeah, let us know what topics are the most interesting for you. Because personally, being a tech-savvy person, I'm super excited to see a presentation on product-led growth, I would say, and how SDRs and SDR teams can kind of handshake their SDR and product-led motions. That will be awesome.
Yes, indeed. Moving into a managing role that does require you some prep, some new info, and sometimes, like for example, with me, when I started to manage a team, I was like, okay, where do I start? Where do I look for information? And indeed, LinkedIn and the industry leaders who are on LinkedIn were the first place where I went to look for advice to start following the right people for it. So Yeah, indeed. Yeah, Mr. Lavender, I haven't heard anyone call Will that, but that would be fun. I will tell him that. Like that.
Yes.
All right.
All right,
Ready, Will?
I guess we are ready to get started with our first panel discussion, and this one is dedicated to the personal branding on LinkedIn and social selling. So please feel free to ask your questions in comments. We have prepared some questions in advance, but if you have some great questions, don't hesitate to ask them, and I will incorporate them into our panel discussion right away. So first off, let's meet our experts. Hi, everyone. So let's start with a quick round of introductions. Who want to go first? Thibaut, maybe you.
Sure, I can go first. Can you hear me all fine?
Yep.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Okay. Hey, Jan, how you doing?
Very good. Nice to see you again.
Yeah, nice to see you again. Yeah, so my name's Thibaut Suri, CEO and founder of Sales Labs. Thanks for really inviting me. We've been doing a few events with Reply already. And I run a business called Sales Labs where I train and coach tech sales people to start more conversations. So yeah, that's mostly about me.
Awesome. I think I can continue directly. My name is Jan. I know you guys quite well. I've been a fan from all of you. Personally, I've been learning a lot from Thibaut. Yeah, so I'm also a sales rep on the grounds, and I'm just documenting my journey. So super excited to be here and learn from idols that I've been following for a long time. So yeah, that's quick about me.
You.
Hey Vlad, thank you very much for inviting me over. Dimak here, the head of inbound sales at Leadfeeder, calling in from Split, Croatia, where the Leadfeeder and EchoBot team are currently celebrating their annual team week. So, hey everyone.
Hey, Filippo.
Yes, here is Filippo. I'm having this call from Copenhagen, Denmark, and I work as a revenue operations manager for Shield Intelligence, LinkedIn Analytics for personal profiles. Thanks for inviting me.
Thanks everyone. Thanks for this intro. You know, Filippo, I started using Shield like almost 3 months ago, and I have already found it useful for my own LinkedIn profile. So everyone, if you want to improve your LinkedIn profile, you definitely need a Shield app for your journey. All right, so let's get started with our first question. Let's get started. Yeah, tell us a bit about your journey with your personal brand, how you started it, why you decided to start it, and when you decided to start it.
Should I start or
Yep.
you change the order? I can start then. Okay. So for me, I remember I started posting a bunch of pictures when I did some events in December 2019. And so I thought my life would be making, some events to get some leads and everything. And fortunately or unfortunately, we had the pandemic, so we weren't able to actually go on stage. And with background, I'm actually really happy I didn't have to do that. And so I kind of started posting on LinkedIn a few months before, December 2019, and got some good traction. And I was really surprised to see that people were interested in what I had to say. I was just documenting whatever I was learning prospecting, and so that's how I started with the personal brand. And I was at the time at 2,000 followers. Now I'm around 21,000, something like that. And so it's been an interesting journey going there and helping people by just documenting what I'm doing.
Yeah, it's I can continue maybe a bit. For me, it was similar. I started basically out as an outbound rep in a small startup, and it was the pandemic. So as a sales rep, you want to learn and grow as fast as possible, book as many meetings as possible. So I found a lot of values, in those posts. And I remember it vividly. There was one situation where I followed, an instruction, and I actually booked a meeting. So I was like, what could happen if I document the things that I've been doing? So I remember that I booked the meeting specifically, and I just wrote it down how I actually did it. And then it started out as sort of a gimmick, a joke with one of my fellow SDRs. We were like, man, we can do that as well. And so then I've been like the first half year, I've been doing it once a week, maybe once every 2 weeks to just write something down. And I think this year, at the end of last year, I had a conversation with Thibaut, and he said, man, try to go a bit more on the frequency and see what happens. And I think 2 weeks ago I had 10K. I started with around, I think, 200 followers or something 1.5 years ago. So yeah, that's a bit how it started, and where I am right now.
Great story so far. I first came across the term personal brand when I was working back at Hootsuite. If you've heard of Hootsuite, they're a social relationship platform. Social media is essentially their bread and butter. And since we were selling their platform, it only made sense for us to, eat our dog food in that sense and start using social as a means to build that thought leadership and sell ourselves. So yeah, I first came across the term back in 2016/2017, but started taking it a lot more seriously myself back in 2018 and 2019.
Yeah, before joining Shield 2.5 years ago, I was working as account executive for, targeting mostly enterprise deals. And I was only using LinkedIn, as a tool for prospecting, right, for building lists and so on. And actually, when I joined Shield during the pandemic, I've actually noticed, the effectiveness posts were getting for the CEO of Shield, Andreas Johnson. And then I actually noticed that he was getting, more than 80 comments per post. And I was like, okay, this seems to work. And then I started asking him a few questions. And it was actually a natural evolution also of my role, right? Because similar to Deepak, it was really eating our own food. So learning, the LinkedIn frameworks, sharing them online, and at the same time driving demand for the service. So it was definitely learning from my CEO and other LinkedIn users as well.
Yeah, great stories, great stories. The same here. I would say I started working on it seriously after pandemic, something like this. It was May 2020, I guess. And then I decided it can be used for my journey. So tell me now, the next question is, which benefits did you get an SDR or salesperson when you started building your personal brand?
I think I can go first maybe on that. I think first of all, you gotta sort of understand that, LinkedIn is the long game, right? If you're in for it to book meetings immediately, it can work if you're very, very lucky, but it's all about building those relationships and have meaningful conversations. I think that's a good starting point where, I see the major benefit of it. I now can say that, I know Thibaut quite well, Deepak, we've been chatting since the beginning. I use Shield as well, big fan, Filippo. So I think it's really about those relationships in the beginning. In my opinion, you have to put that first. It's a tool, when, people realize that you're actually building relationships, you're actually out there and you're genuinely curious and just learning, not necessarily selling, that after a while, people actually come back to you and say listen, man, you work at Pleo, right? I hate my expenses, I need this now. Can you help me, right? So for me, it took around, I would say, maybe half a year and maybe a year even to actually get those inbounds coming in. But right now I get at least 2 to 3 people of decision makers that know Pleo and that they want to get to know what we're actually doing. So I think the benefits would first be just building network, really meeting very, very inspiring people and just learning. And, secondly, probably will come that business effect of, maybe booking more meetings, getting job opportunities, getting project opportunities that you have never dreamt of before. At least that's the experience so far for me. I don't know about the rest of the guys.
I definitely agree on that. So when you start sharing your story or posting or even just being a lot more active on social, you shouldn't really expect something immediately. There's a lot of people who do this and they expect that they're after that instant gratification. That's definitely not going to happen. It's definitely the long game, like Jan very well put it there. So a couple of months down the line, yes, you might start seeing those inbound leads coming in, which are great. But what has really helped me specifically is when I've been in touch with existing opportunities and existing leads, it's become there's been a lot less friction when it comes to actually contacting and speaking them, because they've either heard about me or they've seen my content and then they trust what I have to say, and they see me as that go-to person for the issues and questions that they have in mind. So a lot less friction and just a better, smoother communication and interaction.
Yeah, I can continue. I mean, I can really relate to both stories from Jan and Deepak. Same here. I think it took me 6-7 months to see some sort of traction in my post. Definitely after 6-7 months of really figuring out the frameworks, because I don't think it's only posting, but there is also this kind of other activities like, connecting with the ideal customer profile, commenting on their post, and really try to also understand how to comment properly. I think that took me some time because it's not that, the thanks for sharing doesn't really add that much impact. So I think it took me 6-7 months to really figure it out. And definitely, after that, we've been riding the wave, at least a ship, because everything, all our business is purely inbound. And we don't do any ads, so it all comes from LinkedIn content and word of mouth, which is amplified by our content as well. So 6-7 months, similar to Deepak and Jan.
Yeah, and on my end, so obviously there was like the first time. So whenever you're starting to post, there's more people who are actually going on your profile. So that's interesting. At the beginning, it's often very random people. And then as you go and detail and kind of niche down, you get the right type of people you want. But for me, it took me a good year before having any interesting leads popping in my profile view. But one thing that is for me the most important is whenever you are posting regularly on LinkedIn on a specific topic, you're intellectualizing on this topic. So you're thinking in details about it, the tactics and everything, and then it becomes obvious to you. So that's why, whenever you're starting to post, sometimes you say stuff that sounds super obvious, but it is obvious to you, but not to most people. So that's what I found is a really good way, is just by writing regularly and thinking about your subject of, I wouldn't say expertise, but your subject of interest, you develop really skills, knowledge, because most people don't spend that much time working on that. And so for me, that was really the early benefit, is realizing that just, working a bit on it and documenting what I was doing every day was just helping me to be more confident about the knowledge I had.
Great. And for me, the best results I've seen from my LinkedIn is that I actually get new career suggestions, new vacancies from recruiters almost every day. So it's super helpful as well for your career, I would say. So this is the biggest benefit, and of course, it helps generate a few additional, I would say, inbound leads every month for me. Okay, the next question, I will speed up and I will skip some questions because we have some great questions in the chat. So the next question, so how do you think maybe you can share your checklist or best practices, how SDRs can kind of get their first 1K followers? What's the framework here, on your opinion? Maybe you, Deepak, this time go first.
Sure. I mean, start reaching out to your ideal customer profile, the buyer personas that you'd usually engage with, connect with a meaningful approach, add value in a pertinent manner when you are reaching out to them, start engaging with their content, start giving off value in your content when you are sharing stuff without really expecting much in return. Like I said, those leads aren't just going to come flowing in. It's going to take time before you get there. There's a lot of different aspects that come into play there. So yeah, just trying to do a bit of everything and putting yourself out there that way.
Yeah, maybe I would say you can, of course, actively connect. I think that's fine. For me, it was just connecting with peers, to be honest, other SDRs, to just learn from them. This is how I started. I didn't even think about prospecting. It was more, building that network of peers where you actually can just learn from. And then I think it incrementally grew actually into, the ICPs, into the personas and everything. But especially if you start out, building a network as an SDR, there's so many hungry people that want to learn, that want to connect, that genuinely just, you know, are out there to become a better person of themselves. So that would be my sort of suggestion, to actually reach out to your peers, because you have a really nice connection and you have a really good ground to start a conversation that's actually genuine, and you can actually learn from it.
That's a really good point. And chances are these individuals are probably on the same boat as you, right? So you can easily bounce off ideas from them and growth at the same time.
Exactly. Maybe then a small trick. It's like, you know, everybody just writes, "Hey, happy to connect." So I actually got a super cool request one time from a sales rep at Gong, or I think a Drift. And what she did, she just recorded a pre-recorded video for every connection, and remember it so vividly because, you know, she, instead of actually just saying, "Hey, nice to connect," or just writing nothing, she just sent this video, and it was pre-recorded. It was totally fine, but it was still super personalized. So I adapted the same for myself, and this really helps you to stand out. You record a video one time, and you can just send it out to every new connection that you make, and you instantly make a different impression than just saying, you know, let's connect. And I think personally that helped me really to strengthen my network and to just put the face out there and stand out.
Yeah, if I can continue here, I will definitely say that if I could do things differently now, I will definitely spend more time connecting and commenting, especially when you need to hit the first 1,000 followers. And what I will do, I will really comment on those posts with the same target audience, right? So, example, I mean, at Shield, you know, we sell this LinkedIn Analytics for personal profiles, right? So a good example would be to really comment on those people who have an audience really into LinkedIn, right? Because that way you can kind of, connect to that target audience, which is also your target audience. At the same time, you are kind of really commenting, and you're also practicing your copywriting skills before actually posting on the platform. That's kind of what I would do differently if I could go back, let's say.
And I mean, Thibaut started already with 2K, so he didn't really have that challenge. So we can skip you.
I mean, if you want, I can talk about the next one.
So Thibaut, what would be your playbook here?
Can you repeat that?
What would be your framework playbook to get first 1K followers?
So I mean, I can take an example that is really close. So it's my brother, Romain. He's been actually studying as an SDR, I think 6 months ago, a bit less, in July, actually, not even 6 months ago. And so what he did is that he just documented again what he was doing. Now he has 1,800 followers already. So obviously there's a mix where you add prospects, you know, you contact them. But what you see is that if you go and document your struggles and the challenges you're facing in your job in the first few months, I think it's a really good way to get some followers, because everyone else is in the same situation where they don't get replies, they don't understand. So you just like you put out there that, you know, things that they are living, so they can really how you say, empathize with what you're doing, and often they're really going to follow you because they just want to see the journey. So you know, just documenting whatever you're going through, good or bad, because thousands in like millions of people are actually going through that in their jobs.
So if to summarize your suggestions, I would say keep connecting with your fellow, for example, SDRs, use personalized videos, I would say, for every single connection, then document your story, document your journey, then I would say start commenting on bigger accounts, right? And start sharing best practices, best insights, right? Great framework, sounds like, confirmed it. So a more complicated question, I would say, how do you think, what would be a framework to get maybe 5K or 10K followers? Is there any differences from rather than getting your first 1K, or it's the same framework and you should just keep doing what you're doing, or are there any other ideas here?
If I may start, what I would suggest is, let's say you go and reach your 1,000 followers and you want to go to 5 and 10. So first of all, these are just like, vanity numbers. What matters is really the, like that you get to reach your goal. So if you want like dopamine hits, of reaching a lot, and this is great, that can be a good goal. For me, it's about generating meetings. So then once you're doing that, what I really recommend is to professionalize a bit more. So for me, in my experience, what has allowed me to really, develop and go to 20K is to actually purchase a course from Justin Welch. So if you don't know about Justin, he's basically the kind of LinkedIn, personal brand guru for, now more for solopreneurs, but also at some time for salespeople. And so he has really good frameworks, really good way of thinking about it. So for me, that would be that: professionalize, and go and purchase some courses which are actually really cheap and really valuable. So that's really just getting a system in place, so you don't just like give up, because it's really easy to give up at some point, because sometimes it's not going to work.
Filippo, maybe you, yeah.
Okay, thanks, Jan. So I totally agree with Thibaut. I think I never actually looked at the number of followers. It's something that I don't really pay that much attention still to this day, because I really focus on really like the DMs I'm getting or the inbounds as well, or even like the DMs and, hey, this content was actually helpful for me. So that's great for me. It's more valuable than getting 10 followers who are not really interested in my content. But to come back to Thibaut's point, what I do, I really operationalize as well my LinkedIn activities on the platform. So I try to block 30 minutes per day for connecting and commenting. I don't post every day because I don't know. It seems to me that every time I try to post every day, the quality tend to goes down. So I try to post 3 times per week, but then I try to block 30 minutes per day for connecting and commenting on. So I connect with the trialing users from Shield, and then I comment on posts about LinkedIn, personal branding, sales, and revenue operations, because are the topics that I can. At least I can add some sort of perspective. So really similar to Thibaut process, try to operationalize and time block daily for key activities.
Yeah, that's a great point, Filippo. I would also say making it a habit, or building a structure whereby you can keep consistent in your LinkedIn or social selling activities. The biggest risk is the minute you stop showing up, people will forget about you. So I would say that that's the big one here, instead of just following on the follower count, because ultimately it's the value that those followers bring as opposed to the number of followers themselves. So I would just say, yes, just building a model that works for you, that allows you to be consistent, and ensures that people still have you on top of their mind when they're looking for, or they're searching for something that you can help them with.
Yes, and to add to this, I think it's really valuable. Like I really agree that I really think that commenting plays actually like a bigger impact, especially as an SDR, because few really SDR comment in a thoughtful way. That actually it represents a really big opportunity for other people, because when you're actually able to comment on a prospect or a key opinion leader in a really a thoughtful way without over pitching, I think that's kind of when the real value is.
Yeah, I think all great points. I already made some notes from every one of you. For me, it's really about building the habit and having a goal. Like for me, it was the beginning of the year. I said like, let's see what I can do. And for me, it was a number. I want to reach 10K. Thibaut, we spoke about it. How can we get to 10K? And then I just broke it down in an Excel file. I wrote down how many posts I would need to do per week and how much impression it should get. And then I knew, okay, if I'm theoretically following through on that every day, I should be able to hit that target. And then what I do on the side, I just write the ideas that I have down on my phone. You know, the best ideas that come, in my opinion, are the ones from the conversations that we have. So you see me around with a pen and a paper, I just write the conversations down. And, you know, that's sort of building the new ideas coming in. But then I'm a big fan of repurposing, right? You know, I use Shield as well. I think my feed just got, I have to renew my account. Filippo, maybe you can help me out. I'm not kidding. It stopped at the beginning of the week. I'm not kidding. What I use, I look at the top posts that I've been doing and just tweak them a bit, right? In the beginning, I sort of felt a bit awkward to repost stuff, but to be fair, you know, if it's valuable, doesn't harm to share it again, right? So I sprinkle in one of those posts, repost every week, and this gives me new material that actually grows from time to time. Then I think the last tip is to really enjoy the process, you know, because the moment you not enjoy it anymore, you're gonna stop. So you gotta build a habit, you know. If it's 5 times a week, that's okay. I personally take all weekends off. I don't want to do anything with it. Or is it once times a week? You just need to build a habit of enjoying the process, and then we can go fast.
Yeah, great for your suggestions. Thanks for your suggestions. So if to summarize it, I would say you need to professionalize this after 1K, because it's getting probably like day-to-day work from now on. You suggest, like Thibaut suggests, to maybe purchase a course from Justin Welsh. It's like a LinkedIn OS. It's like a framework on how to get more followers on LinkedIn. Great. Then you need to repurpose your best performing content. Then you have to store your ideas somewhere, because you need like probably content machine, and just keep commenting and working with bigger accounts, and it can be a flow for your leads. Okay, so as I can see, we have like 10 more minutes. So instead of asking my question, let's see what we have in the chat. And I already see lots of great questions. Probably the first one will be just a quick and simple from Marta. How frequently do you post? Who want to go first?
I personally started with once a week, once every 2 weeks, and then you sort of get into the rhythm. It's just like a workout, just like a new habit you build, whether it's, you know, running, you know, you got to start slow, but you got to keep the consistency up. And then suddenly you realize, okay, maybe I can do 2 times. Let's do it, right? Maybe I can do 3. So right now I'm at 5, but I'm also not sad if I only make it once, you know, because I'm a full rep, you know, I'm hunting my target, you know. This first priority is my job, you know, to make my number, to help my team hit the number, and then, you know, on the side you can do this as sort of a side job. So that's at least my motion right now.
5 times a week, right? Once per day. Okay. Thibaut,
Same here. I'm doing 5 times a week, so Monday to Friday. Again, weekends are for weekends, and so I just write in blocks though. So posting is something plan, you know, either on Friday for the next week, or if I'm feeling lazy, I'm gonna write on Monday. But yeah, with content, it's always best if you can at the beginning, you know, like if you can plan your posts, it's always easier. It took me really sometimes. It's just been 6 months I've been doing that. Before I was posting every day and writing every day, but I found that I'm way faster when I'm doing it like in blocks.
I initially started off posting once a week, just like Jan. I now post every single day, sometimes even twice a day. An underrated tip, maybe do post or consider posting on weekends, on Sundays especially. I've noticed really good engagement. I think it's maybe something to do with the fact that a lot of decision makers go online on Sundays to plan their week ahead, and you can often catch them in the afternoons and evenings. So yeah, that's something that some of you may want to try out.
Good tip. Let's see what the Sundays I've left.
I do so myself. That's why. So I go on a Sunday afternoon at times just to plan the week ahead, and I know a lot of others do as well.
Thanks for the tip, man.
Yeah, great. Filippo, probably you have some data back insights here.
No, I don't.
Oh.
I didn't come ready with data. No, but I mean, it's a good tip, I think, to post on Sunday. As Jan, I always take like my weekends fully off. I do post 3 times per week, and like everyone here, I'm content batching everything at the same time. And sometimes I'm also just like try to turn my best comments into posts. That's kind of what I do to save time, and because I do have a lot of stuff to do. And I like, for everyone, of course, LinkedIn is like 30 minutes of my day. Yes, so I need to kind of fit it together with the other activities.
Great. So sounds like 3 to maybe 7 posts per week, once per day. It's the most common, probably, use case here. Okay, great. And quick question again from Kelly. Are LinkedIn hashtags useful for you? How do you choose which hashtags to use?
It's super interesting. I actually have, I think there are some people, I don't know if Thibaut, if you already have it, or no, Deepak, maybe you have it as well, like your personal hashtag. I think that's cool. I would like to hear your opinion on that. I haven't found the possibility to create an own, but some people do it. Otherwise, I just keep one consistent one, SDR. That's what I identify with, even though I'm an I'm an AE. I've been just keeping that consistently. That's what I use. I don't know what the others actually think. I'm not too sure about best practices here, but I wouldn't overdo it. We're not on Instagram. That would be my first thought.
So for me, what I do is I always do hashtag sales development, hashtag SDR. So what I found is, if you look at the number of people who follow hashtags, sales is the biggest, then sales development, then SDR. So I've been doing it because it's a good way to reference your content. So you can surface also, like very often people contact me and say, hey, I looked for B2B sales or someone in sales development to help me, and I found you because I've got a lot of hashtags and content with that. So I find that, in keywords that are important for you, it's just the same with Instagram and everything. Is going to help you reference your content and surface it for kind of like internal SEO purpose. So again, don't put too many hashtags, but I found one big one, more dedicated, and then a really precise one can help.
Well, hashtags just get more eyes on your content. They help your posts get indexed on LinkedIn. Personally, what's really worked for me is to really niche down on the hashtags. So as opposed to using general hashtags, I started using things like hashtag sales life, and these hashtags have now started to get a lot more traction and have been picked up by a lot more individuals. And the fact that I once started to use them before they became a thing means that I'm still getting people interacting with old posts of mine that I posted a while ago. So yeah, if you can find a really good niche, then it may pay off later down the line. Another hashtag that really worked for me back in the day was hashtag prospecting. That term wasn't really utilized as a hashtag, and to this day, a couple of months down the line, I still get people interacting with old posts or reaching out to me on the back of having seen an old post of mine, which is still ranking top under that hashtag.
I mean, those are all good tips. What I do, I try to use hashtags which has a lot of followers. So I use the hashtag, for instance, when I post about LinkedIn tips or frameworks, I use the hashtags personal branding, who has 10 million followers. I use the hashtag LinkedIn, who has also a lot of followers. And then when I talk about sales, which is not something I do as much as before, I use the same hashtag as Thibaut. So I think it's sales, prospecting, and SDR. But what I do, and I think this is kind of at least is working pretty well for me. It's not necessarily the hashtags you add to your post, but actually how you use the search bar to find the hashtags relevant to what you want to comment on. Because, for instance, what I do is, like, I know that people who might be interested in Shield are into personal branding. So what I do, I type in the LinkedIn search bar hashtag personal branding. So I see all the posts with that audience, right? I see all those posts related to that topic. So then what I do, I comment on 5 posts on a daily basis. and then I post my content around that topic. So people who actually, so basically the post I've commented on, so those people who have commented on those posts, they can actually see my post afterward. And then that's kind of how I use them to open up new micro niches.
Okay, great suggestions. Thanks, everyone. So, and I use also sometimes 1, 2, sometimes rarely 3 hashtags per one LinkedIn post. So we almost run out of time, but I have really great question, and let's try to go through it very quick. So the question is, what if your boss think you should better prospect than put your time into writing LinkedIn post about yourself? So what would you suggest here?
Change boss. Just switch companies. Go ahead, Jan.
I think you know, I get the point. You just need to prove it, right? I think first of all, LinkedIn is your personal thing. It's your personal project. I think nobody should be able to interfere with that. If someone is actually saying like you shouldn't post, in my opinion, that's not a good sign. I wouldn't feel welcoming in that company, and I wouldn't recommend you going, in a place like this from the first place. But I think maybe the point where the question is coming from, how do we make sure that the activity on LinkedIn is actually value adding and not maybe seen as a waste of time by management, right? So personally, I keep it outside my work hours, so I use 5 minutes of lunch break or, in the evenings where, I'm not actively, on the job to start with. And then, in my opinion, you gotta prove it, right? So what I mean is that, maybe start slowly, start adding, some comments, maybe adding 20 comments a week, and then see what actually you get results from that, and document it. Exactly. But the short answer, I think, from Thibaut was on the point. Move, run as fast as you can.
And you guys very quickly have any suggestions, ideas here? Yep.
I think Jana summarized it pretty well. You can start doing it outside of your working hours initially, and then just prove whether it works later on. And writing a LinkedIn post shouldn't really take a lot of time. Like if you build it into your agenda, into your diary, just schedule a certain, blocker for it. You don't need to be sharing every day. Just like Jan and myself did back in the day, we started sharing once a week. So craft one post that goes out once a week. I'm sure you don't need this to block out a whole day for it.
Got it. And you, Filippo?
I would also, I agree with Jan and Deepak's points. I think what you can do, you can still block 10 minutes per day to still connect with the ideal customer profile, still comment. Instead of starting with 30 minutes per day, maybe you can start with 10 minutes per day and then build from there. It's not really something that you go from 0 to 100 in one day. So it can be something gradual as well. And then once you actually get into the process, you can share the process with other people. And then I think, once you share that and you get some traction, I think you can start proving the effectiveness of the activity. So I think
Okay, great. Thanks for your answers. Thanks for being with us here. And I guess, thanks for your time. Yeah. We'll see you guys next time. Okay. Okay, I will speed it up. Next up, I will give a word to Will Allard, co-founder at Lavender and LinkedIn top sales voice. Together with his team, Will is building the ultimate sales assistant tool that helps sales teams write better emails faster. So Will, putting mic to you, and I will go on the front.
Vlad, I appreciate it. Appreciate the kind words. Let me pull up my slides here. Okay, go up. Can y'all see them? Can't necessarily see if y'all can see them. Yep, there they are. Okay, cool. So today what we're going to talk about is what does it mean to turn SDRs into better writers? This is a topic I'm obviously passionate about. And so I'm excited to dig in. If you don't know me, as Vlad mentioned, I'm one of the co-founders at a company called Lavender. We see literally millions of emails every single month across 10,000 plus users. So we have access to data that really nobody else is even thinking about when it comes to what does it mean to write a quality cold email. And as a byproduct of that, it's enabled us to help level up the writing skills of a lot of different reps. And so, yeah, when I think about the agenda today, I don't want necessarily to go into what does it mean to write a good cold email. I think that matters and it's a good conversation. I want to talk more about what does it actually mean to become a better writer. And so first things first, we're going to talk about why that matters, because I think there's sort of two camps of sales leaders, and more sales leaders are falling into this writing is important camp. But I want to make sure we spend some time talking about why it actually does matter. So yeah, it all kind of starts back with the why, right? We'll talk about some key principles for better writing. I've got 3 lined up that really help just like put it into perspective. I'm going to talk about frameworks. So you think about writing quality email and you think about templates, etc., right? Templates are it's a nice thing when it comes to scale, but things have to change, things have to adjust, and having frameworks that support and back up your templates is really going to change the way you think about writing. And then we're going to finish up with some exercises. So when I think about how can we actually put this into practice, it actually requires practice, but thoughtful practice. And so I'm going to talk through some particular exercises that we as sellers can do to up our game. So this is sort of going back to that 2 camps of sales, right? I heard this the other day from a sales leader, and I almost like spit out my coffee because I was like, "What are you talking about?" I didn't hire these sales reps to write; I hired them to sell. And I'm like, "What do you think they do all day?" Sales is writing. Whether you're putting together the contract, you're shooting DMs, you're following up with individuals, you're multi-threading. All of these different things involve writing. It is like crucial to the job. And so to say sales isn't writing is a bit of an insult to the actual day-to-day of the role, right? It harkens back to this time in which people viewed, I'll point to email, right? They viewed email as this tool for warming an account before you picked up the phone and called them. That game is over, right? And so we know that writing is a key aspect of the sales process. The other thing with writing is good writing means you're a good thinker. I'm a huge proponent of this, like as an exercise, right? Whenever I write a weekly newsletter, right? And the reason I do it, I don't promote it very often. I don't talk about it very often. The reason I do it is because it's a time allotment for me to actually flesh out my ideas on a particular topic. And like what I find is because I force myself to write about it, force myself to send it to people, a little bit of accountability there. What it does is it actually helps me clarify my thinking, because I have to put it on paper, and then I read through it and I'm like, this has to go to 2,000 plus people, right? And all of a sudden I'm like, is that clear? Are people actually going to understand what I mean? Because we think about topics, right? And we'll be like, yeah, I think I get that conceptually. But then you start to write about it and you start to poke holes, you start to see things, right? And I think one of the main challenges with this idea of like, I'm just going to send over some information about what we do is there's not like a clear point of logic. There's not like actual clear thought as to why I'm showing up here, why I'm selling to them. And so when we think about like rep development, when we think about actual like scaling up a team, right? We want our sellers to move from this like SDR role into this AE role and like continue to expand. Well, that starts at the front, right? It starts with a clear logical reason for why we're showing up and why we're having this conversation with somebody. And so I like to focus writing in this, little narrow stretch of time we have here on cold outbound. Because if you think about cold outbound, it's where the relationship is going to begin, right? If you think about what good cold outbound does, is it showcases clear logic for why you're showing up and having a conversation with somebody. It's also the easiest place to drive results, right? You look across a sales funnel, the hardest place to drive results is on the front end, actually getting the conversation started. But those cold email skills, because right, we're starting with this, like why we're actually showing up and having a conversation with this individual, it requires us to be able to take missing information and pull together a logical argument for why an argument should happen, right? Those cold email skills actually transfer really well throughout the organization. At the simplest level, if we start with cold outbound, clear writing is going to mean that you generate more pipeline and more revenue for your business. So when I think about like more revenue, right, we can actually quantify this. And like all of the exercises and practices that I think back to, right, it comes back to data. So this is data that we have on our end where we actually see the clarity of your writing. Has a massive impact on your chance of generating response rates. So most emails are written at or beyond a 10th grade reading level. If you follow me on LinkedIn, I harp about this all the time because it's something that just doesn't change. And it stems back to like the way you're taught to write in school. It stems back to this weird desire to build credibility through jargon and, sounding smart. And in reality, you don't sound smart, you sound misunderstood. And so, this focus on clarity really matters when it comes to generating more response, right? So why clear writing? Well, it creates a better sales org all around because you're going to generate better reps, right? The reps themselves are going to have clear lines of thinking. They are going to help generate more pipeline and ultimately more growth for the business, right? I think about that classic, like, what if I train my reps and then they leave me? And it's like, well, what if we don't train them and they stay, right? It's the same mindset of if I teach my reps how to write and clarify their thinking in ways that other people can understand, you are going to generate a sales org that is just overall better. So let's talk about some key principles for what better writing looks like. So the number one thing that I tell folks to focus on, the reader is the most important thing, the audience, right? But when we write messaging, when we write sales emails in particular, the challenge is we don't actually know how decision makers go through their inbox. We don't think about it. And so we have to recognize is their inbox is a bit of a to-do list. And so the average amount of time that they're going to spend with your message is about 10 seconds. And most of the time they're deleting it within like 3, right? So like, this is where your audience is coming from. That's where they're at, right? And so if you're thinking about what does that mean, well, think back to your own experience, right? If you're spending 10 seconds with an email, what are you thinking about when you're writing an email, right? You're not actually reading to comprehend, you're reading to figure out what is this, right? It's a categorization exercise. And so you have to recognize as well, like they're categorizing, but they're also, if I asked y'all to pick up your phone, right? Like your phone's probably right here next to you. It's a mobile experience as well. So there's like all of these different aspects that come together. And if you just don't like even think about it, right? All of a sudden you create this like terrible experience for the end reader because you've just been writing within your own little world. And then all of a sudden you send them like a giant wall of text that they're not going to read. And you wouldn't read it either. And like on the same point of like where the reader's coming from, thinking about like a follow-up email, right? This is something that like I think so many sellers miss, and it's because we have meetings every week where we talk about our buyers, we talk about our prospects, we talk about how we're trying to break into the account, and they don't think about you at all. And so when you're thinking about the perspective of your buyer, right, they are completely removed from your follow-up. They haven't thought about you between the emails like you have. And it's just one other way in which we are failing as writers to recognize the experience of the reader on the other end. Let's shift gears a little bit and talk about logic. So the way that logic shows up in your writing, right, is each sentence should naturally transition to the next. And the problem is like a lot of sellers will I'm trying to think of like they'll sort of like block things together, right? And it doesn't necessarily transition well. And the place this typically comes up is like the personalization. I saw you raise funding. I saw you're a Braves fan, and then like it turns into this anyways type discussion, right? And like as a reader, I can see right through it, right? I'm like, okay, like you pulled in this like fake information, and then you really just use it as an excuse to pitch me, right? It's not a logical flow. Sure, you can like relate a personal hobby like kayaking back to like navigating the rapids of sales transformation or something, right? But like the problem is most sellers aren't actually able to do that in practice at scale. And so it's one of these things that creates this weird blocky experience. The other challenge that sellers are going to have when they're trying to create this logic is you have to be really brief with your writing, right? So if somebody's spending 10 seconds with your message, how do you line up these conversational touch points in a way that is easy to digest, right? 10 seconds only means they're going to read about 40 words. And if you look at the data, that actually relates back to when you get better responses, which makes sense, right? If they read the entire message, they're more likely to respond to it. But like we've all experienced that weird choppy flow within a message. I think the other piece that's kind of hard if like I'm bringing in something that's kind of irrelevant. So going back, right? If I'm bringing in, saw you're a Braves fan, right? That's going to take a lot more work, aka a lot more words, to get them to fall within this like range of like having a logical normal conversation, and thusly I'm going to fall out of this optimal range for getting a response. So you think about the logic, right? Every sentence needs to lead to the next. I need to be able to say more with less, and that kind of comes back to a lot of what we're using on the front end for personalization. It needs to be actually interesting, relevant information, and like we have to have again that empathy for that reader's experience, right? They're kind of skimming through this information, and so they have to be able to easily capture it upon like a quick glance. So what's the easiest way to do this? The easiest way, in my opinion, to help folks create these logical flows, to help folks create these short, clear messages, is to use frameworks. And the reason I'm a big fan of frameworks is because frameworks actually teach you why things are happening within your message, right? You think about a template, right? And this is how most reps are onboarded. You come in and you're given, hey, like this is your template that you're gonna send. Like, please personalize it because like personalized emails get twice as many responses, right? And the problem with that is they don't actually know why each piece of that template exists, right? They don't understand what's going on there. And so instead of giving them a template, give them a framework. So this is like my all-time favorite framework. Like everyone should just like take a screenshot of this because it's going to drive a lot of responses. It's pretty simple, right? You make an observation, you tie that observation back to a problem or an insight, you lend some credibility to speak to the observation and problem that you're observing. You then explain very clearly what you do to solve that problem, and then you provide a interest-based CTA. Maybe even a better way to describe this to a new rep would be you open it up for conversation, right? That's way clearer than interest-based CTA, which is just industry jargon. But like, how does that come to life, right? So back to this like teaching process, you show them how that actually comes to life. The other piece that I think is really key is like understanding why these like frameworks are really helpful. So I'm getting a little bit ahead of myself. These frameworks can be really helpful because one, it showcases opportunity for flexibility. So if you think about like parts 1 and 2, make an observation, problem based on that observation. That is a very flexible frame. I can apply that to pretty much anyone's email, right? You drop an email in the chat and I can rework it into this framework. And that's key in a world where personalization is so crucial to driving response, right? The other piece is like all of these aspects are super flexible. And so I can apply them to a number of different situations. The other thing with flexibility comes the ability to test, right? The ability to run experiments in a thoughtful way, right? If you ask a rep to A/B test today, like their response is like, oh, I changed the CTA and I asked a different question at the end, or like I brought in different value props, or yeah, I changed a couple words here and there. It's basically what I see when I talk to reps. I've done thousands of one-on-one coaching sit-downs, by the way. Most aren't even doing that. Actually how you should be thinking about this testing, right, is each piece of the puzzle is something that you can move around. It's something that you can replace. It's something that you can change. It's something that you can get really micro with, or it's something you can get really macro with, right? So let's look at actually how this framework comes to life. So it starts with an observation. That observation moves into an insight. That insight has a problem associated with it. From that problem, we explain that we can help with that, and we bring it open for conversation, right? Super simple, but all of that comes together in a way that is really quick to digest. You can follow the logic really easily. It's under 50 words, and it's written at a 5th grade reading level. So let me talk about some of the writing practices that I put into place in order to make that the case. If you look at each of these lines, each of them could be a sentence in and of themselves, right? What I've done is I've actually intentionally gone through and broken up each sentence so that it reads really choppy. And what that does is it makes it easier for the reader to scan with their eyes. It also lowers that reading level score. It increases the clarity of that message because it's easier for a net new individual to come in and understand it, right? But all of these aspects can be traded out. They can be swapped around. So I could say, hey, George, usually I'm seeing customers leaning on templates, but finding their reps are plateauing. Given you're hiring for SDRs, I'm guessing you're already thinking about, how those new reps will ramp, right? All I did was just move things around. And that's something I could easily A/B test and see if it's more effective. I don't think it would be more effective, but the point being is the framework itself, everything becomes a building block that you can play with, that you can toy with, that you can move, you can adjust. And that is way more impactful for a net new rep, right? So if I'm onboarding a new rep and I'm showcasing this framework, I'm showcasing how it's come to life. One of the most underutilized things within a sales organization is the new perspective of that seller that is coming in, right? They are bringing their own world of experiences, their own way of seeing the world. When you give them a template, you absolutely crush their ability to be creative and showcase their personality for your brand. And so by giving them a framework, by giving them something like this, what you do is you set them up for success, right? If I tell a rep, I say, hey, bring an observation to the table and then ask them a question that basically implies that we have something that can solve for it, right? Little to no pitch. I refer to it as mousetrap, right? How creative could they be, right? Hey, I saw you joined my session on email writing. With the team's growth, would it be helpful to see what's holding back new reps' email performance, right? That implies that the team at Lavender has a solution for that, of course. But what if I gave this to a rep and said, go blast this out, versus I gave this to a rep and I said, go think about how you could potentially do this. One of the things that I find really fascinating is this idea of called a dummy curve. And dummy curve is a really funny idea of when somebody is like net new to an organization, they don't necessarily know a lot, right? So what happens is they distill down things into a really simple way. And back to that simplicity, that works really well in messaging. And so again, it's another opportunity that we are totally missing out on. So instead of using these templates, we are going to lean into frameworks because frameworks are flexible. They offer smarter A/B tests, but it also offers the organization the opportunity to tap into how the rep themselves think and how they can be creative. So especially as we enter a recession and we think about, the old tricks just aren't working the way they need to, we need to move to a more flexible framework driven approach so that we can continue to drive results. So let's talk about some data-informed exercises, and then we can open up for Q&A. I'm seeing a few in there about follow-up frequency and stuff in the chat. We can talk about that in Q&A. I actually want to talk about some writing practices. So if we look at the data, right, one of the first things I mentioned was clarity is really, really important. So like how the heck do you write a clearer message? How do you reduce this reading level down? It's becoming more and more important within our writing. So how do we approach that? Well, clarity within your writing is a byproduct of the number of syllables per word, per sentence, and per paragraph, right? So what we're basically calculating is how much of a mouthful is this exact statement. And when you think about that, it's measured in syllables. It's measured, syllables. That's a long one. And so the ways to approach this thoughtfully, I sort of showcased this in the first framework, was removing commas from our writing. An easy way to think about it, long sentence equal lost readers, because their eyes are only going to scan. And so as the idea sort of like drones along, people get lost and they pull out. And so, thinking about a writing exercise that ties back to the data, well, shortening up your sentences is a way to reduce syllable count per sentence, right? And so commas are typically used to conjoin ideas. And so if we just remove them from our writing, that's an easy way to make our writing feel, there's a music term called staccato, right? Where it feels very choppy, very abrupt. And that's what we're approaching when we're trying to write quality emails, right? And it all just comes back to the data that's informing this, right? If long, windy, complicated messages were the key, right, then this wouldn't be the exercise, but it ties back to what we see. So here's an example, right? So before, we'd say something like, we're helping reps at Sendoso ramp faster and they continue improving with our in-inbox assistant. But a simple change makes all the difference in your ability to scan that information. We're helping reps at Sendoso ramp faster. They continue improving with our in-inbox assistant. Now, it's because of that, just breakup, it's easier to scan, it's easier to absorb, and we find it actually increases your chance of getting a response. Now, the other thing that is driving your reading level score, the lack of clarity that people have for your message, are actually the words you use. This one gets a little bit harder because you actually have to make some hard decisions and you have to think. So look at some of the emails you've been sending out. Look at some of the templates you've been using. There are probably longer words that you've been using with 3+ syllables. Try the exercise of banning them. And so a good example would be visibility. It is really easy for me to talk about inbox visibility. It's probably easy for one of y'all to talk about flexibility, or I don't know why they all kind of time back to ability, but there's longer words that we tend to use, right? Maybe personalization would be a good example. I'll use visibility here. So before, Lavender gives teams visibility across their inboxes. It seems fine, right? But it is a little jargony. It's a little dense. And so instead of using a word like that, let's try to find a way to replace it. And so the question you ask yourself is, what am I trying to say? What is actually happening here when I talk about this? And so the after is Lavender lets you see what works across inboxes, right? I said the same thing, but I did it in these like shorter, more calculated words that are actually easier to understand. Um, and it's funny, right? Because like since I didn't use the jargon, it actually gives the message much more meaning when you read it on a quick glance. And so like visibility kind of ties back to being able to see shorter words, you know, better efficacy. Another word that you can just like ban from your vocab is the word leverage, right? There's really no other opportunity. Like just replace it with the word use or use, right? Um, and like it's you're saying basically the same thing in just like fewer words. And back to this like fewer words point, right? Fewer words equal more replies. And so what's an easy way to shorten up your message? Well, my favorite is to try to force people to put a tweet, put your email into a tweet, and like the bigger challenge, like adding your subject line to it. So I'll show you what that looks like. So I tried this like putting this deck together, and I was like, oh man, this is actually really hard. And like I found myself with this like weird choice matrix of like, what do I pull out? What do I replace? How do I rephrase this? Right? Because I wanted to make sure I've used an example where I actually put the subject line in there, right? And so it's not impossible. You just have to work with it and like say, okay, what am I actually trying to say here? How can I say it with less words? And so it's not impossible. It's hard, but it's not impossible. So in summary, what I'm trying to get at is better sellers are better writers because they're better thinkers, right? They're approaching these conversations in a way where they are going to be heard because they're approaching it from the reader's perspective. They're going to be understood because they're laying out clean logic. They're brief, they're clear, but they're always iterating, right? So like understanding why behind a lot of the messaging is super key in order to creating better messaging over time. And as you think about like ways to practice and get better, right? This is like my favorite, right? Coming up with like fun activities for our team as well as other teams to try based on the data, right? Maybe your data is like, I see this with a lot of teams, like 0 questions works really well. And how do you write questions in a way that aren't questions? How do you generate response that way? And like having exercises where you just come up with like different CTAs the team can try. It's just different writing exercises that everybody can get to using and try out. So hopefully this session was informative. I'm happy to stick around and ask questions, but I also know that we have another session popping up soon.
Yes, hi, Will. Apologies, we got a bit delayed with your presentation. Thank you for really nice insights. I personally find the framework approach opposite the template one super helpful. That's what I try to do with my reps as well. So thank you for that. We did have some amazing questions. We'll share them with you. If you could please stick around for a few more minutes to answer in chat, that would be great.
I'm happy to.
Okay. Perfect. Thank you. It was a pleasure, Will. Thanks.
Yeah.
Okay. Oops. Okay. So, yes. So it's my pleasure to give the next word to Tim, CEO and co-founder at Correlated. Prior to founding Correlated, Tim was an early executive team member at 2 data and analytics startups. Tim has led sales, partnerships, and go-to-market teams throughout his career and has witnessed a transition to product-led growth as go-to-market motion firsthand. Hi, Tim. Great to have you. Welcome. I won't take up more of your time. The floor is yours. I think you're on mute. Yeah, perfect.
Thanks so much for the intro, and I love going after Will. We had a great time at SaaStr a few weeks ago, threw a party together, Lavender and Correlated. So love to see his insights. So yeah, happy to dive in a little bit more to kind of how we're helping SDR teams at PLG companies, and more than just kind of our product. Obviously, what we are seeing SDRs do at product-led growth companies, like what that looks like and how that's different than traditional motion. So I'm going to spend a little bit of time going into kind of what is PLG, And then, I want to go into a little bit more on kind of some of the specific tactics that SDRs at PLG companies can utilize. As I'm diving in, I'd love to see actually in the comments, maybe as I'm getting started here, you can raise your hand or throw an emoji in or something. Are you kind of on the sales side, go-to-market side at a PLG company? If you're not sure what PLG means, I'll go into the definition in a second, but we'd love to just see kind of a show of hands of who's in there. I see. Okay, correlated. Wow, that's great to see. I already got the kind of intro of me out just a second ago. I'm the CEO, co-founder at Correlated. We're helping to build a platform to help go-to-market teams use product usage data as intent signals to drive pipeline and conversion from your self-serve user base. So let me start with a little bit on exactly what PLG is. It's a buzzword, I think, a three-letter acronym that people are kind of throwing around all the time. I want to take just a second to maybe define it, and then going a little bit more on specifically how kind of SDRs and go-to-market teams can work effectively at a PLG company. So product-led growth is basically a growth model where product usage and the product itself drives kind of all of the kind of go-to-market motions of a given company. And the sort of hallmark of PLG is basically you have a seamless, frictionless way for individual users to sign up and start using the product without having to request a demo, talk to sales, fill out a form, any of those kind of things. You can just kind of get into the product and start using it without kind of any impediments. And this is a huge kind of change for B2B in particular, because it means that the go-to-market motions, the kind of entire sort of operational methods that you might use for go-to-market as an SDR or other teams, marketing, sales, operations, customer success, et cetera, all those things can change in PLG, and in fact end up changing quite a bit. And we'll go into a little bit more specifically for SDRs of how that happens. And the main reason why is because once you give sort of the keys over to individual users and people who are part of companies to start using your product on their own, you no longer have that kind of linear path of sign up, request a demo, sales qualifies, whether it's an opportunity or an SDR qualifies. You then go through a negotiation process or maybe a trial, and then you close and then hand it to customer success. All of a sudden, that entire very clean linear motion is converted into a much messier, but much more powerful in a lot of ways, motion that is a little bit less clear. And so we're going to try and make things a bit more clear during this presentation. So I think one of the biggest kind of misconceptions is that SDRs or sales and product-led growth don't go together. I think historically there's been a lot of big commentary that PLG just means self-serve, that the successful companies in PLG don't have sales teams. That actually couldn't be further from the truth. We see that a huge majority of PLG companies actually have sales teams. So close to 100%, close to all of them have sales teams, in fact. And then if you actually look at some of the most successful PLG companies, examples include companies like Slack or Zoom or Calendly. These are products many of you might use today or have used before. They all have sales teams working for them. So it's not that there's no sales at all, no SDRs at all at PLG. Quite the contrary. I think the big difference is those sales teams are often doing different things to be successful, and we want to talk a little bit more about what those different things are. So I think one of the other things that might be really important for SDR teams that are kind of mixing between inbound and outbound, and I'm not going to spend much time at all talking about sort of cold outbound tactics and strategies that I think other folks who are speaking today are talking about. I'm going to spend a lot more time talking about inbound and how do you capture that intent and think about that intent. And so one of the things that PLG, I think, presents is a different way of looking at inbound intent. And historically, the way that a lot of marketing teams have enabled the SDR side of the house is saying, hey, here's what we are considering a marketing qualified lead. You should chase that up with sequences, with all the fun techniques that you might have deployed to try and get someone to respond. There's different ways of doing marketing qualified leads, and I'm not going to spend too much time talking specifically about that, but there's gradations of intent and looking at website behavior as a big one. Are they on the pricing page? Are they request a demo as maybe one of the top ones, and on from there. With PLG, there's actually this concept of product qualified leads, and essentially that is a sign of intent for a PLG company, and the P in the PQL stands for what kind of behavior in the product might indicate that this particular user and the account that they're part of is actually ready for a buying conversation or something that's more relevant for SDRs. So let's break into what a PQL is and how to define it. I think the biggest sort of difference between a PQL and an MQL is that oftentimes PQLs actually incorporate a lot of what goes into an MQL as part of the definition for PQL. So you could look at things like firmographic fit. You could look at things like, did they look at the pricing page? You could look at things like their title. So when I say firmographic fit, I mean like the company, are they in your ICP? Title or demographic fit might be something like, are they a VP? Do they have a decision-making authority? All that can kind of go into a PQL. The big thing that's added there, though, is are they using the product in such a way to maybe indicate that they are getting value from it, that their team is getting value from it, that there's more adoption. Maybe they're already paying on a credit card and they're starting to see spend, and you can then go and try and upsell them from the low tier credit card spend that they're doing now, the $100 a month, to $1,000 a month or $5,000 a month, whatever the case may be. So there's a lot of different tactics that can go into just the qualifying criteria that inevitably bleed into what you should say as an SDR and the type of sort of content-based tactics you can take. But these are kind of the big differences between a PQL and MQL, and some of the ways to define a PQL. I think the other thing that we mentioned on this slide, there can be actually many different times when a particular user or an account becomes a product qualified lead or product qualified account. It's not just at the sort of beginning of that buyer's journey, because remember, there's no longer this linear path that I said before where someone requests a demo, signs up, then sales qualifies them, SDR qualifies them, and they become a closed won customer. Now it's this path that's a lot more circular. You might sign up for the product, you start using it, you swipe your credit card, so you become a customer, but you could become a bigger customer. You can become expanded or upsold to. And so we see SDR teams at a lot of these PLG companies looking at what's called that customer lifecycle or customer journey. And there might be different PQL thresholds that they hit throughout that, and then different ways to add content in and try and get them to talk to you and have buying conversations. So we're going to go into a little bit more on the specific kind of tactics right now. But those are some of the things I think are worth highlighting around PQLs and MQLs and kind of the difference between qualifying criteria. I think at the end of the day, what you're trying to do as an SDR at a PLG company is you're trying to reach the right person at the right time with the right message. Probably anybody on an SDR role would say that's the goal. And I think the power of PQLs and the power of PLG is that you can actually use that data to really figure out who the right person is, the timing there, the right time, and then obviously based on their usage of the product, what the message should be. So let's dive into some actual tangible email examples that have been successful for SDRs that are using product usage data. So I think, before I go into the good one, it's always nice to go into ones that maybe aren't quite as good. So I think, one of the things that we see, and apologies if it's a little, I'm going to blow up my screen here so I can read it. One of the things that we often see, and this was Breezy, I think, answering questions in the comments, so feel free to throw her questions. Breezy here at Correlated, she gets a lot of cold emails. And I think, one thing that's pretty common for SDRs to do is they'll say, hey, here's like something that, I noticed on your LinkedIn or something to try and personalize it. And that's okay. I think, though, in this particular example, we were already using this product. And so rather than doing kind of that, personalized approach based on something that the SDR read on LinkedIn, you could have actually used this as an opportunity to mention Breezy's usage of the product already. And we're going to get into how that can work. But I think that's one of the biggest misses that we often see SDRs at PLG companies not leverage the kind of usage of a customer that's already been trialing, or even a paid customer, not leverage that usage in their outbound, because it's much more relevant if you do, much more likely to get a response. So this is another example of something that we find as, not always as successful. This is a case where we signed up, we started to use this product and evaluate it on our own, which is a hallmark of PLG, a hallmark of self-serve products. Rather than having to talk to sales, you can start looking at the product on your own and seeing, is this a fit for my needs? This is a fit for my organization's needs. Rather than saying, hey, I saw that you didn't activate this integration. You started to build this particular thing in our product, but then you stopped, or I saw you go all the way and you built this. Rather than kind of using that product usage that I was doing in the product and then informing kind of the content and personalizing it as a result, there was just this kind of much more impersonal sequence that basically said, because I signed up for the product, I'm a product qualified lead. So I think not only was it not personalized, it also didn't look at my usage of the product to say, hey, Tim's actually really engaging in this certain way. So that should really tip him over into being a PQL. And as a result, I'm going to reach out. So it was, not personalized, maybe the wrong time, because I wasn't really fully engaged with the product. And, as a result, it was a bit of a missed opportunity. The last one that's not great. So I think actually this one I'm on the fence about. I would say actually this isn't terrible. And so in this particular case, we're using the product. We could be using it a little bit more. And I think the sales team knows that we might be using a competitive product and have a lot of our spend there. And so they're saying, hey, maybe we could have a consolidation play here. This is a bit of a bait and switch where basically they said, hey, there's security things you should be aware of in your usage of our product. Can we talk about them? Now, I think in my mind, this is actually okay because they're indicating based on analyzing our usage, there's some value that they can add by saying, hey, there's ways that we can make your usage of our product better, more secure in this case. And that actually is valuable. We'd want to know, because they're the experts on their product, how can we use it better? And if there's security issues, that's maybe a problem that we would want to address and fix. So while I say this is, a flying blind situation, I actually kind of go 50-50 on this one. This isn't awful. I think it could be better because they could maybe spell out a little bit more precisely what's going on, but I give them a kind of a halfway thumbs up on this one. Here's where we get into kind of really good ones in my mind. So HubSpot is actually great at this. They have instrumented, and by that I mean they put a lot of kind of analytics in their product usage. And a huge part of what makes them successful as a business is they do cross-sell and upsell. So you might have purchased one module of HubSpot, maybe marketing automation, which was kind of their original product, but they have this whole suite of other products. Sales, some of you may be using the sales engagement, their CRM, their operations hub, the service hub, all these different places that you can expand usage and obviously expand your paid relationship with HubSpot. And so what they do, which is a very tried and true but commendable strategy, is they'll say, based on your browsing of their website or the product itself, are you going into product areas that you haven't purchased? Are you going into parts of the website for areas that you haven't purchased? They'll look at what you have purchased and then see that you haven't purchased this piece and then immediately trigger what I believe is an automated email, or it could be manual, but I'm pretty sure it's automated. They'll immediately trigger an automated email saying, hey, I saw you checking out, in this case, sequences. Can we answer any questions about that? Pretty short and sweet call to action saying, hey, happy to tell you more about this. And I think the best thing about it in my mind is that they're specifically referencing the fact that I'm starting to research or look into those features that I don't have access to. And it's a sign of intent, the fact that I'm going in the product and looking at those features. And they're just simply saying, hey, happy to talk about it, happy to try and capture kind of that intent moment as it's happening. Because this email was sent, pretty much immediately after I sent it. So probably an automated send. So I really like this one. I think they're doing a great job with this particular tactic, mentioning the product usage and the fact that I was kind of looking at that core product. Another tactic that I think anyone can employ. So obviously HubSpot has multi-product portfolio. Not every company is a $15 billion public company with multiple products to sell. Maybe you just have a single product. Stripe, big company as well. But I think in this particular case, they were talking about our usage of Stripe and that I hadn't completed, a usage of another product where a key integration is Stripe, and that I hadn't connected or finished connecting that integration. So I really like this one a lot because it ties into what makes for successful PLG tactics where for SDRs, where you can basically say, hey, look, I saw that you went somewhere farther down the line in our product usage, but then you stopped at a key point. Can I help you be successful with the product? It's less about selling. It's more about enabling someone with the product, which could then, if they're enabled, you book time. You can always get someone on the phone and then qualify whether or not it's a real opportunity, and then obviously end up in a commercial conversation. So I really like this tactic a lot. I wanted to get through mine to get us back on schedule, so I went somewhat quickly, but I'm going to come out of full screen now so I can look at the comments, and I'm happy to answer. And I see Breezy's kind of been in there mixing it up, but please let me know if you have any questions. I think I made it more or less in time here. So yeah, that's it. We're now at a Q&A. I'm looking through. All right.
Hey, Tim, I just thought I'd jump in really quickly. Some people were saying that they weren't able to read the templates in the presentation. I thought if maybe we could go back and if you could maybe read them out loud. I think we're going to share the slides later, but maybe we could go through them. Yeah, I also put the full screen, but I couldn't see. Okay.
Yeah, sorry. That's just my, presentation, skills at display here. So I'll say this one. So I'll just read the ones out in order. I think there were 5. So this one is enhancing customer connection as you grow. Breezy, I really appreciate your take on community and social marketing in this LinkedIn post. So good personalization around LinkedIn. Coming off your seed round, huge congrats. Curious if you're planning on maintaining a deep connection with your customer base as you grow. Thought it relevant to reach out as a number of SaaS companies, blah, blah, blah. Marketing experiences, deep relationship with customers. Any interest in learning more over a cup of coffee? And I can't remember exactly which one this was, but I'm pretty sure we had used the product or Breezy had demoed the product before, trialed it before. And so the fact that they didn't reference that was a miss in our mind. This one, where we were actively trialing the product, said, hey, Tim, notice you began exploration of Correlated's the product's organization. Congrats, you're well on the way to making impactful decisions fueled by data. But now what? How are you looking to get insight on how successful Correlated is when looking at deep product analytics, revenue reports, et cetera? Any interest exploring what you can achieve in a trial? I think in my mind, oh, thanks, Breezy. For that prior example, Breezy mentioned we were already a paid customer. So that's, a miss, I think, obviously not knowing that. In this example, they could have used, as we saw in later successful examples, actual, what we were doing in the product to try and then further personalize it, saying, hey, I saw that you connected, in this case, it's an analytics product, so maybe connected Snowflake, a data warehouse, which is a core integration that they would be sitting on top of. Are you having any issues with, connecting your data in Snowflake to this product? So I think there's tons of opportunities based on the type of integrations that your product has, kind of what people are doing in their trial, that this particular person missed on. This one's actually hard for me to read, so I'm going to go back into full screen. Hello, Tim and John. I'm the solutions architect in your blank account team. Nice to meet you. I'm reaching out to let you know there's some security items I would like to discuss with the appropriate person at Correlated. And then it's asking for the right person. So, I think the vague mention of security items, that's going to get your attention, right? If John's my CTO, he's responsible for the security of our product, and we're using the service already, we're customers. So I think vaguely mentioning potential security issues, definitely good to get someone's attention. So it was, again, 50-50. They could have gone a little bit more, but it wasn't the worst. Okay, this is the great HubSpot example. Hi, Tim. I noticed you recently tried to use sequences. Do you have any questions about how to make the most of HubSpot's features? And then it's asking for personal tour. You can book time. Short and sweet. I think following some of Will's examples around 50 words or less. Pretty sure this is less than that. So I like that one. And then this one, I think this is the last one. I'm going to go full screen. Hi, Tim. It looks like you signed up for a trial of X and connected Stripe. So referencing the actual usage of the product, which integration I'm using. Stripe is one of several that you could use. So I can already tell that they know what we're doing in the product, which is great. It doesn't look like you completed the integration. So that's even going further and saying, not only do I know that you tried to connect one of several, Stripe being the one, but you haven't finished it. So they have clearly identified kind of where we are in the usage of their product. And then they're sending a timely email offering to help. So I think this is kind of the best example of the kind of emails that really convert for PLG, because it's indicating a deep knowledge that that you're using the product, how you're using it, et cetera, and then offering obviously to book time. So yeah, those are the emails, and now the Q&A was the last one there. So sorry for the poor production values. That's all on me. But yeah, we'll send the deck around so you can see it afterwards.
No worries. We actually have some questions in the chat. I'm going to put them up for you now.
Great.
Yes. So I have the first one about the PQL is widely used for SaaS products, right?
Yeah, you would think so. Breezy might have the data. I think there was some. It's like 20%. So 80% of companies aren't using it. But maybe Breezy, if you have it on hand, the actual number. I think it's becoming a lot more popular. And selfishly, Correlated, we help you build PQL, so it's one of the things that we do. I think that a lot of SaaS companies are starting to do it more, but it's not as leveraged as you might think, or we believe you should leverage.
Perfect, thank you. I believe this one was already answered by Breezy in chat, but maybe you can also comment on whether the PQL are handled by customer success or SDRs, rather.
Yeah, we see both. So I think there's definitely different strategies depending on kind of that customer life cycle. So if you're kind of more of a trialing account, or maybe that example with the Stripe integration, you might actually have an SDR do that and say, hey, I saw you're just trying it out. You signed up a second ago and you didn't complete. Can we get on a call and maybe I'll bring in someone from CS, but it's kind of more the SDR to kind of qualify and validate. I think what we see often at PLG companies where you're already spending, maybe you're on a credit card, you're spending $500, $1,000, whatever the case may be. They'll have teams that are more customer success oriented, that are handling kind of those smaller customers on a self-serve plan to see if maybe they should be passed on to sales. We've heard the term CSQL, so a qualified lead from customer success in that case. I do think there's rules here that are still formulated. So we've definitely seen it both ways, where CS can be involved here, where SDRs can be involved. So it's not one or the other, and I think the playbooks are still being written.
Yes, indeed. Thank you. And I have one final question about using a PQL model in a service-based business or service-based model.
And just to make sure I understand, service-based, is that kind of less of a software? It's more of a consulting. Yeah, I mean, I think the answer I'd give you there is if there's any customer touch points that are digital in your business, that's where something like a PQL could make sense. I think, where PQLs really help, it's looking at the analytics around, usage of the product, which is, collected digitally. So that's kind of one of the biggest, unique aspects of it. So if you have any touch points with customers, whether it's some sort of portal or some sort of analytics you can drive around your services business that might indicate intent, or higher intent, then I think that could go into something like a PQL or maybe a version of an MQL. So I wouldn't rule it out.
Indeed. Perfect. Thank you. I personally don't have any more questions. I think we are okay in chat. If you have any final comments before we let you go, then.
All right. I don't have anything else to add, but I really appreciate the opportunity, and thanks so much for the questions. And if you need anything, I'm Tim at getcorrelated.com. Shoot me an email, and I read them all. So happy to reply.
Thank you, Tim. Thank you, Breezy, as well. She helped out in chat a
thanks,
lot.
Breezy.
It was great to have you today.
Appreciate it. See ya.
Okay.
Bye.
Bye. See ya. Thanks, Tim. Okay, so we are right on time now. It has been a great first block, great first start to our conference, and I believe we have some people to award, right, Will?
Exactly. So I've been following all your questions all this time on the backend, on the background. So we have selected a few great questions, and we have selected winners of the best question during the first block. So let me quickly name these questions. So in the first session, in the first panel, which was about personal branding on LinkedIn, I think Marta Deptula, Romsky Empire, and Antonio Sclafani, they asked us about how do you choose interesting topics to post. What if your boss thinks you should better prospect than put your time into writing LinkedIn post about yourself, and how to become a great commenter on LinkedIn. Then Will Alvarez session, it's Daniel Registro, Maya Hussein, and Amanda Madonna. So they asked us about persona-based personalization, again about persona-based sequence, and how to provide context about industry data. So those questions were really interesting ones, and I think we should probably have separate webinars here at Reply about all these topics and dive into a topic in more detail. And when it comes to product-led growth approaches for SDR teams, I think that Emil Halili asked about, can I apply PQL for service-based models, and who should handle PQL leads, customer success, or SDR? So I will share my LinkedIn URL in the comments. So just feel free to get in touch with me on LinkedIn for more details.
I believe we will also put the names once again in chat.
Yep.
In case you missed this. So you will have that in writing. Those of you who win will in on LinkedIn with your details, and we will have the swag on your way. So stay tuned. We have 2 more sections to go through. So we have way more authors, and looking forward to award you for your amazing questions. We will let you go now on a quick break, get some coffee, stretch your legs. We'll be back in 9 minutes now. And we're back right on time, and I am already surrounded by the wonderful speakers of our next panel discussion dedicated to women in sales. Welcome back, everyone. I hope you had a chance to take a break, stretch your legs, get some coffee. You're full of energy, and you're once again ready with your questions. We are looking forward to those in the comments. Please don't forget. Hi, ladies. Hi, everyone. I am really happy to be here with each of you. Thank you for joining. It's an honor for me to be surrounded by such great women leaders, and I really hope to learn a lot from you today. I thought we would start with a quick round of introductions. I will let you introduce yourselves with what you think would be relevant for today.
I can go first. Hey, everyone. My name is Gabrielle, or GB. I am an SDR manager here at Airtable. So super excited for this panel and can't wait to hear from everyone else.
Well, thank you.
All right, so I'll go next. My name is Katrina Kurt, and I'm the CEO and founder of a company called Linkedist. And I'm excited to also share my experience being a woman in sales.
Fantastic. I will go next. My name is Olivia Nielsen. I'm calling from Chili Piper, and currently I am the Senior Director of our Global Sales Development team. Very eager for this chat today, and thanks for having me.
Great, thank you. And we have Catherine. Maybe Catherine has issues with internet, but we'll let her rejoin in a second. And then we'll do the introduction as well if she does and when she does. Okay, perfect. I do have my first question for you already, and this is about your path to leadership. So what did your path to leadership look like? What helped you succeed? What helped you get to where you are today? Gabrielle, I think we can keep the same order if possible.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, so I had started off as an SDR, so going outbound back in 2015. I was part of a group of SDRs. We were kind of like the pioneering crew in a satellite office in Chicago for a San Francisco-based startup. So I got to see like what did it take to actually build something like a sales development program from the ground up, like what worked, what didn't, and I was a top performing BDR, SDR along the way, and was very, very curious about like, all right, how do I up level myself, but also how do I share that out to other people and kind of help them become more confident and competent in the role. And a couple companies later, I was in a position where they were hiring for an SDR manager, and so at the time, I had actually made a point to try and meet the VP of sales who was brand new to the company. And I was like, hey, listen, whenever you need something, I'm your girl. Like, I was like, I don't know that I knew anything, but I knew that I wanted to be the person that he could tap on the shoulder and say like, hey, I need to move this thing forward. So when they published the role for an SDR manager, I just sent him a message and I was like, hey, listen, like, I know that you have some big things ahead of you and I want to see how can I help. So by the way, like, here's my repertoire, like, here's all the things that I've accomplished, by the way. But yeah, I really just asked the question, how can I help? I presented my business plan as well. And so then I was hired immediately. And so I've been managing for the past 5 years. Like, it's been since 2017 since that happened. So it really started off with like, one, like, I want to be really good at what I'm doing. Secondly, is like, I want people around me to be really great as well. And I want to figure out how can I learn and improve. And then from there, it was raising my hand and saying, who else can I help at a higher level where I can take on more responsibility and help in a much wider way.
Indeed, thank you. So the first step was about being proactive, putting yourself out there and actually stating that this is my intention, this is what I can do, I'm ready to be of help, right? Yes, indeed, thank you. Catherine, welcome back. I think I would prefer you go next with a quick intro, and then if you can go ahead with the question, that would be perfect as well.
Hi, everybody. My name's Catherine Andruha. I have been running global sales development teams, for now over 15 years. So I guess a little bit older and wiser is the way I like to put it nowadays. Back in the day, I used to really focus highly on metrics. And I would say probably in like the last 5 years or so through the pandemic, really focusing on change management, as well as, you know, the cultural aspect of a team and how to bring people along through your leadership style, I think is really important. Very similar to GB, I guess you could say, you know, there was a role that had posted back in the day, I would say like 2011. And I went up to my boss and I said, hey, how come I'm not in the interview cycle? And he said, well, you didn't tell me you wanted to be a part of this. And so that was my first lesson of, you're not going to get anything if you don't ask for it. So I guess I am very excited and I'm passionate, but at the same time, I'm also a little bit shy when it comes to myself. But I've learned through the years to ask and you shall receive. And sometimes you don't want to hear what you're going to get, but it's better to know versus living in the dark, I guess.
Indeed, thank you. So once again, you have to state what you want, state that you're ready for it. Perfect, thank you.
All right, should I go next then? Yeah, so my story started actually not in sales, but in marketing. And some years ago, I think it was like 8 or 9 years ago, I started looking more into sales enablement because, of course, sales enablement works together with marketing and sales. We started creating some different programs for sales enablement at this IT company that I worked at in Denmark. And then later on, I had an idea, of course, of starting my own business. I had tried once before, that one failed, and then I tried again after 5 years. And so I started Linkidist, which I'm running right now. And of course, when you start your business, you have to do sales. I mean, there's no other way, right? So, and at the same time, also, not at the same time, but beforehand, I also finished a sales master's at Copenhagen Business School, which was like one of the only masters in sales that they had in Europe. And so naturally, after that, I wanted to kind of apply a lot of things that I've learned and started Linkidist, and then tried to figure out, how to get those clients, like how to get Lego to work for you, to sign you, how to sign IKEA and things like that, right? Those big sharks, those big companies. And that's how my path kind of turned towards sales. And what really helped me to succeed was determination, I think, like really not giving up and trying and again and again and again.
Thank you. We're proud of you where you are today.
Thanks.
Yeah.
I guess that leaves me. It's funny thinking about sales journey and how far that we've come. And when I look at the journey of it's so short thus far. But it really sparked in my journey into leadership, really transitioned when I found myself finding more of my bucket filled within helping others. And that's really when I came to conclusion, this seems to be something that could be a path for me that could actually help the company and help myself. But it wasn't until, like the rest of the women are saying, that I actually stated it and actually went to the senior leadership and said, this is something that I want to do and I want to explore, and this is why. And thankfully, I had very strong women leadership to say, go for it. But I will say it wasn't without hesitation, right? There were definitely times where there were positions available and I saw so many other individuals, men applying for the roles. And I sat back and tried to make everything perfect. Well, that one thing I really just don't hit. Maybe I should wait till the next round. And so now that I've progressed and gotten further in my journey, it's not about that anymore. It's about going for it. So if I could talk to past Olivia back in the day, I would have said, don't be hesitant. Don't feel like you have to have everything buttoned down before you go for it. And that's something that I take with me now.
Indeed, thank you. Those are great examples. And I do have so many follow-up questions that I want to ask, but we're going to go kind of one by one so that I do not forget anything. So we talked about things like being determined, kind of being more maybe kind of letting go of the things that we hesitate about, but like overcoming those and still going for a leadership position. But were there any specific challenges maybe that you faced on your way that you'd like to mention about, so that maybe others know what can happen and how we can work with that?
I mean,
The sales is a tough role indeed. Sorry, go ahead. Yes.
No, go ahead, Kat. It's all you.
I mean, I would say that the journey is always filled with challenges. I don't think that there's a day that goes by where I'm like, wow, today was super easy. I would say probably one of the hardest things, and this is something that I work with my executive coach on, is, as a female leader, we could say things the exact same way. As a male leader, we can send the email the exact same way. And we're deemed a different set of adjectives I guess you could say. So overcoming that. And I was recently told, just keep saying it with a smile, because if you say it any other way, you know, it's going to come off differently. And it's true. And it's almost 2023. And we are still trying to overcome this challenge of just being able to send an email. And I will say, you know, one of the hardest things is actually working with women. And I'm just going to throw it out there. You know, I've had many encounters with, you know, female leaders that I've worked with that were under me that still had issues with how, you know, to hold each other accountable. But I would say overall, we don't do a good job of looking out for each other in the universe. And it's really unfortunate. And I really do think if more women came together to support each other, it would be a lot easier, and we wouldn't have to discuss the challenges to success. We could instead, you know, celebrate the success versus the challenges around it.
I love that.
No, great points. I'd say for like challenges to succeeding, I feel like one of the biggest things that I had to do away with, like, and I didn't do it soon enough, was any kind of doubt or insecurity, like, or acting on it, right? So for example, I remember my first time being a manager, and I was sitting with the VP of sales, and I just remember telling him, I was like, honestly, I look around at everyone who is in a leadership position, and I just was like, look at all the ways that they are merited and they're credited, and like, who am I to think that I could be, you know, a successful manager? And I just think there are enough people out there in the world who will try and discredit you. Like, you just don't need to do their job. So one of the most important things that you can do is like, look at all the ways that you do deserve credit and the ways that you do deserve recognition. And I think that's like, that to me is a daily practice that I do now. And I find myself becoming more and more at ease, like both with myself, like as a woman in a predominantly male space, as a Black woman in a predominantly white space, as a leader as well. And at times, like more than I think people would expect me to be. And just taking that time just to go like, hey, like, look at all the things that you've done. Look at all the ways that you've, what's the word? Persisted is probably the best way to put it. Look at all the people's lives that you've impacted. Like, you're a great person. Like, why would you not? Like, why not you? So I think that's like one big piece. I think also secondly, and this is maybe a little bit a response to Kat's answer, is being very, very mindful of your environment. I'm really big into saying that not every place, not every space, and not every person is going to be supportive of me. I know that, right? So being very, very discerning and being very, very selective in the places that you put yourself in, right? Both for the people that you surround yourself with for your friend group, the same thing for your professional group, right? We spend so much of our lives in this work that we're doing. And I would imagine that like anybody who's here on this panel, as well as in this group here, is like really curious about how they can be better people for the people around them. That takes a lot of emotional effort and work and labor. So if you are around people who are not pouring into your cup, you're not going to be able to pour into other people either. So like for you to be the leader that you want to be, you also have to be very, very mindful of who you surround yourself with. So those are the two big pieces, is like encourage yourself and then put yourself around encouraging people.
I can quickly add here as well that we're still missing role models. Like, you know, in all of the organizations where I worked at, I missed having some role models of females who would be in sales positions, who I could look up to. That was one thing. And then another thing, something that I recently read in one of the surveys here in Europe, was that actually men apply for a role when they have 60% of qualifications, whereas women apply when they are feeling like 100% ready and when they feel like they meet 100% of all of the qualifications and requirements that they need to have. So these are just statistics here. So yeah.
I think part of, and it kind of goes along with what the Western women are saying as well, is the self-limiting thoughts that we give ourselves. And oftentimes within my journey, it's been myself holding myself back and the fear to talk about it with other powerful women. I think oftentimes I would look at individuals and say, oh my gosh, you've done so much. How are you not insecure? I'm insecure. Now I'm insecure about my insecurity, right? And it becomes this self-limiting belief system. And it wasn't until I started joining communities and talking to other women, especially higher women in leadership roles, that this is not exclusive to me. This is just a natural state that we live in. But once I started getting those thoughts out of my head, letting them live there for a second, oh, you might not be good enough, might not be smart enough. Mom, hold on, I am, and I am good, and I've earned my right at the table. So I'm going to put that aside. But then having the ability to speak with other women about it and hear their experiences and how they got themselves out of their own way has been really beneficial. So to your points too, mentorship is huge, but then advocacy within your own internal company, having somebody else that can sit in the room, right? When a skill set that you have is mentioned, saying, aha, I have a woman for the job, right? And they're there to be an advocate for you. So getting out of your own way and finding people within your circle that can be your advocates has been really helpful for me.
Thank you so much for sharing your examples. So definitely we can first start working on kind of our own perception, our own mindset, believing into that we can do, looking for support within your team, within your company, right? Somebody who can advocate for you, right? As Olivia said. Indeed. And well, it's kind of out there, like in terms of challenges, right? We're talking about our own, right? Because this is something that we know, and maybe Catherine touched up on it a bit, that do you think that these challenges are different for men these days when it comes to women, when you apply or what is it, compete for a leadership position?
I don't know if they're different. I just think they approach them differently. And that's where I think a little bit of what everybody has said on this call is we doubt ourselves. I don't think men doubt themselves as much, but they probably do, but maybe it doesn't hinder their abilities to apply. I don't think we have as many advocates for each other. I don't think we get invited into the room to have conversations. We have to do a lot of our own proactive overcoming situations rather than having someone overcome them for us. And I would say, you know, that men tend to help each other out more than women help each other out. And that helps them succeed faster. It helps them climb the ladder and overcome challenges. So I would say that they're same, but we just approach them differently.
I've got one thought on this as well. Like, so I have a coach, and she had me run through like an assessment, and it was all about like your feminine leadership archetype. And she has a podcast. I'll send it out to everyone. But she has a podcast, and it was talking about like the feminine energy, just and not just like women, right? But also men who would be considered beta, right? Versus alpha. Like companies were not built to support the feminine. Like we have to just like recognize this. So this piece around women have to do different stuff because the pathways that are laid out there, the traditional ones, were not built for us to succeed. So like that's like one big thing that like everybody has to recognize. We might not agree with it, but I do think that the sooner that we accept it, the more for women and men, like everyone who wants to create more inclusive and equitable environments, like the more that they realize that there are like things that people can get tripped up on that not everybody is always going to be aware of, or that not everybody's going to trip up on, like the more pathways that we can actually create, we'll actually have a clearer understanding of what those blockers are. So that's the first part. The second thing that this is like the funny story that I tell myself is like, I would see people who just happen to be men get into positions that they were wildly unqualified for. And I was just like, how did they get this job? And when I started to actually answer that question for myself, not from a judgmental way, what I saw is that there were people who happened to be men who walked into a room and said, I'm the best person for the job. And people believed them. So I said, well, I'm going to try it out. I go into interviews and I go, I'm the best person for the job and you're not going to find anybody better. And people go, okay, cool. And I get an offer. So I would also just say like, to the self-limiting belief, right? Like even if you doubt yourself, right? Like, okay, well, what if you are the best person for the job? Like own it, embody that, right? And like somebody, not every single person in the world, but somebody's going to see that and it's going to give you the spot that you deserve. It's not that they're going to give you a chance. They're going to give you the spot that you deserve. So I just say like, sometimes we just have to like learn from the people who are being successful in these ways and adapt that into our own. And then also like let go of the things that would hold us back from pursuing a path that other people have been successful in pursuing.
Yes, thank you indeed. I think I wanted to also ask a bit about, because we talked about the like support from the community, to support from other women who are going through the same thing. Do you have any examples of that? Yes, where we can look for support or community for women leaders?
I'd say ask. I think similar to many women on this conversation, right, is we want to help. Asking for it in any way, shape, or form, any type of community event that you can be invited to just meet other individuals, take advantage of that. I think past me also thought I only could learn from women that were in these really high roles. No, I think I've learned more from the women that are right at my same level with my same struggles, and us figuring out solutions guided by other individuals to help us get to those solutions. But honestly, anywhere and everywhere that you can connect with an individual, you should, because there's no way that there's not everyone on this call that can offer something to help one of our journeys and one of our careers. Never turn down a moment.
I can only second that. You can try to find a lot of different communities, like in Denmark, because that's where I was located at. We have Female Invest. We have various female communities where you can actually meet up and talk about marketing or sales or anything else. So you can try to find these communities and connect with other females. Then also you can look within the organization, right? Like try to find some other females who are maybe feeling in the same way. And most of the times we all feel very similar. So that's one way to, find somebody who can help you out or inspire you. And then thirdly, you can also go on LinkedIn. That's what I have done many times, and basically just, find women who are in a place where you want to be in some years, and then connect with them, meet them, ask them for a coffee, and talk with them and ask how did they get there, and just hear their stories.
Yes, indeed. Thank you. Okay. Perfect. I think we have some, personally, what I wanted to ask as well, we talked a little bit about it when I think Olivia mentioned, or maybe somebody else saying about like, pick me for the role, I want to help, like, right, this is what kind of leader I want to be, this is what I want to do being in that position. That's why I wanted to ask you about if women have something different, or like maybe if women bring anything different when they are in a leadership position. Do you see that happening, and what would that be? What would make a woman leader different from a man leader?
Ooh, it's a great question. Okay, because I'm like, how do I answer this? But I don't want to give a polarizing answer, because I don't think we need to polarize. I would say this, like, I'll talk from my own personal experience, right? Like, I am a woman, I'm a Black woman. There's not a lot of people like me in this environment. And I think about the experiences that I've had, which have not always been great, but there have been some amazing ones. And I've had a lot of lessons learned along the way. And I look at my team, where at one point earlier in the year, I had predominantly men on my team. And I'm like, I look at these folks and I think to myself, these are the future leaders. And not just in terms of leaders of performance, but I mean leaders of culture. These are going to be the folks in the future who are going to be the ones to decide who gets an opportunity and who gets passed over. And I have an amazing opportunity here to share with them a perspective that maybe no one else will be able to provide them, right? And this is what is going to make them the best cultural leaders in the future, right? This will make them the best leaders of the future, and they will be leading the best organizations. So I think of it as like, I just like my interpretation of leadership is infused by my own experiences, both good and bad, and sharing that perspective with folks so that they're able to see the world in a way, in a similar way that I see the world and experience the world. So that when they have a woman or a person of color or whomever it is, right, they're able to see like, wow, they're not going to have the same experience as me. So I'm going to get really curious about how I can be a better mentor, a better leader, right, a better manager to these folks. So like, I think like that to me, like the perspective that I have based off my experiences as a Black woman is like, that is something they might not get from anybody else. And I think that's my unique differentiator, but like, that's like the impact that I feel like I get to make for generations to come in sales.
That's so impactful. So good. Oh, like, oh, inspired. Oh, so great. Yeah, it's interesting, the different approaches to sales and for leadership. It's like the inherent strengths of a leader, right? Those are going to be, they're men, women, such whatever it might be. Those are going to be naturally the same for everyone. But I think it's where we use our strengths, right? And so when I think about the approaches to leadership, women tend to be more patient. We tend to be more emotionally aware. We tend to think about problem solving and solution collaborating. So when I think about leadership positions, when you got to manage your business and you got to manage the people, if you want somebody in there that's going to take it down a notch, think it through, be more collaborative and more solution oriented, that's how women apply their strengths differently than potentially a man would in those situations. So if I think about, naturally leadership, we all have the same strengths that we need, but it's kind of like, how do we approach those and what strengths do we bring to the table in those times? And women, we just have an innate nature about us to be more empathetic, to think about greater solutions. And that is something so strong that a lot of tables don't have right now. So I think the difference is in the way that we approach it.
Yes, indeed. I also was, even when preparing for this discussion, I was really trying to stay away, from these topics, us versus them. That's not what I was going for. I wanted to see what exactly we can bring to the table that could be a great skill. And thank you for sharing that, Olivia, right? Being more sensitive, being listening, being supportive, right? This is something that maybe women do better, that are better at, but that's what we can contribute to leadership. And then this can be a universal trait, right, for leadership that can be used by everyone. Yes, indeed. Catherine, Cortina.
It's interesting because I'd like to believe that everything that everybody is saying is like, yes, everyone's going to appreciate our sensitivity and our leadership. And I'm going to kind of blow it up a little bit here because it's like not the real world. You know what I mean? Like, I love to go in and I'm patient and, I'll take 3 hours to respond to an email because if I respond right away, I come off aggressive or, maybe I take some moments just to sit back. And I'd like to, kind of turn the table around and say, hey, what else do you need us to do that's so different from what men do? That will make us have that seat at the table and for people to listen to us. And granted, there's some wonderful female leaders out there that have that innate ability to do that. And what I try to do is I take everyone's best practices and I try to emanate them in those particular rooms, in those meetings to see what works for me. What is easy for me to say? What's easy for me to do? Is it just smiling and being a little bit more quiet and just listening to everybody at the table and coming in? And what the number one approach that I have learned that has made me more successful in meetings is instead of wanting everyone to hear my voice, I focus on what that meeting is going to be for tomorrow. And I sit back and I take 5 minutes. That's all you need to do. 5 minutes to think about that meeting and understand the one point that I want people to listen to in that meeting. And so now when I go into a meeting, I'm very prepared and I walk in and I'll say a couple things here and there. And it's not because I don't want my voice heard. It's because I want my one point heard that I want to resonate across that meeting so people can walk away and say, you know what, that's the difference between this leader and this leader. Kat's thinking strategically about this. Kat's thinking about the whole business. She wants to see the entire company succeed, not just her department. And so I come in now with 1 point. And I think that's different sometimes between men and women. Men like to have their voices heard a lot. They like to be, and this is just my experience on who I've worked with. So not everybody's like this. I don't want to pass judgment, but if I can just come in and have that 1 point, everybody will remember my 1 point versus the little chitter chatter that's happening across the table. And maybe it's something actionable that somebody else can take away, but it's kind of what I've learned is to try different best practices. And this one seems to be the best practice that works for me.
Everyone kind of touched and talked a little bit about, men and women having different approaches to leadership. Maybe I can comment a little bit about different approaches to sales, because there are still a lot of differences when it comes to that. And, what I've experienced, for instance, in UK, you know, like a lot of people after work, they go to the pubs, and it's pretty normal to like go to a pub, close down some deals, make some deals happen, and kind of that's how you do sales. And you know, in that environment, it's you still have to kind of play by the game, by the rules of the game, right? So you have to adapt yourself, basically go to the pubs or go to those poker nights or go to those other like men clubs. And you know, we don't always like know what to do there and how to act. And of course, it's just, you know, it's a completely different way of making sales. You know, I would not like try to sell something by going to a pub. That's not my style. But you know, that's a style that a lot of, well, from my personal experience, a lot of male colleagues that I've met throughout different organizations, they apply and it works. So how do we act here? Maybe that's also a question to others. Yeah.
Yeah, I think what else, I mean, to your point, it's really hard because a lot of women in sales and a lot of women in leadership are also mothers, they're girlfriends, they are partners in life. There's a lot of other things on our plate, and I think that changes how we approach our jobs as well. We can't always go to the pub after, right? So it's a little bit different. We have to make concessions in our life to be really, really successful, unfortunately. Whether it's going to school, whether it's helping or volunteering even, we are in a different boat than men are in their careers at times, and we're juggling a lot more. And so I think that plays into how we can maneuver a little bit more through our careers. But I think it also is sometimes what hinders us from applying for those other roles is we might not have the time capacity to take on higher roles, or that's why we doubt what we can do. It's a conundrum of being a VP versus a senior director, or being a president versus being a CEO or a CMO, right? It's really hard to put yourselves, because something's going to have to give, right? If you've got other obligations too in your life, which is hard for women to have to make concessions.
Indeed, I'm so sorry to have to kind of stop at this point because we're out of time. I promise next year we will definitely set aside at least 20 more minutes for this, because this really needs more discussion here. But thank you, all of you, for such great insights. Thank you for bringing your experience and your leadership advice to the table. We have made some notes to remember things to use and to do to succeed and strive. And I think the most important that I'm personally going to take out today, or take away with me today, is that looking for that community, sometimes even proactively looking for it. It's not going to come looking for me, that community of women leaders, or just also community of people who support me to be a leader, and then draw from that to succeed. Yes. Thank you so much for your time, and I really hope that we will see you again.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
And our next speaker is ready to join us. He's actually our own Anatol Kisil, VP of Product at Reply.io, will talk to us about what to expect next in sales development. Quick intro of Anatol. So Anatol has more than 10 years of experience in the field, and he's on the journey to build great SaaS businesses and products to help entrepreneurs, business owners, and leaders better understand the future in order to shape it with the ideas and products. Hi, Anatol, how are you?
Hi, Alex. Thanks for the intro. I was really like blown away by the ladies in previous panel, so try not to get like emotional before my speech. But anyway, so let's have a little bit of change of pace and talk about tech, like what we care about in tech, what will be the next, what we at Reply feel like will be the trends and the cool tech the SDR teams need to either adopt or try out if they're still not did this year in 2023. So let's jump in straight in. So we feel like abundance of AI tech that right now trying to kind of get into the market, already helping and trying to shape what engagement and what outreach looks like. And the first of them is AI sales assistants. So especially the ML ones. So we at Reply take a lot of like time and a lot of pride of building stuff around like NLP models, helping creating great copy, etc. But the market in overall, it's starting to get in more and more and more in understanding that you can do like great copy on your own, but you also could need a little bit of help. So especially if you're a junior person, or for example, you kind of need an inspiration, you can use something like Trial Vendor, like Humantic, to really build a copy that would work. Or for example, a copy that, let's say, emphasize some parts of the text, or in the next one, we'll talk a little bit about subject lines. So this stuff will enhance ability of the teams to create a great copy. First mail copy, and getting forward, we feel like multiple other channels would be also beneficial from tech like this. For example, it could be applied to LinkedIn copy as well. So the first one is AI sales assistant. The next one, again, building up on the same trait, is personalized icebreakers. So we right now all flowing in data. So we have a lot of signals about our prospects, about our customers, what they're doing, where they're doing. To be able to act on it is became more and more beneficial, and also more and more kind of de facto standard you will need to incorporate in your outreach or engagement strategy. So let's say if you have a piece of data, or you have a let's say icebreak generator like CopyEye, Warmer, etc., they would help you quickly generate some icebreaker or some of this catchy subject line that give you ability to take an attention. Yes, it's definitely only part of the picture, so you will need your multi-touch, you will need your strategy, but you would also be able to maybe stand out, or just to get an idea you would incorporate, let's say, in your outreach and engagement. So the next one is personalized icebreakers. Also continue this AI trend. What we feel is getting more and more involved in a lot of systems on the market. It's kind of collaboration between tech and human. And this is not a new theme. This team, like team of automation, is essentially on the whole new like area of sales engagement and CRM. Before that, they were built, or sales automation, they were built on the premise of automating stuff. But right now, it's because of rise of the tech, it's become more and more common that there is this back and forth kind of like conversation between tech and human, and together, especially engagement and outreach, then this became more and more beneficial. And coming from this to the next step, for example, the new tech arose of AI assisted or AI generated sequences or cadences. So how this would work. So for example, you have an idea, okay, I need to warm up my leads before I went. Or for example, I have warm leads on my website, and they will be going into my engagement platform. They will come into a sequence or a cadence. And then the question is, how quickly I can create multiple variants of this sequence. How can I generate multiple options to test them out? You can sit and spend a lot of time with previous tools to get your copy, for example, to get your steps right, to get your strategy right, to get your playbook right, and so on. But you also can do a different approach. And different approach will be, you just type in what you want to convey. Let's say I want to warm up my leads or invite my leads to the event. And then Genie AI or Calendar will generate first step ML for you, and also generate follow-up for you. And it could be both email, it could be both LinkedIn, it could be different types of channels. And then you take a look at this, and it takes like minutes. You take a look and you decide, do you like it or not? If you like it, you can proceed. If not, you can tweak, you can change. But this is just the first step. The next step is essentially the profile or persona you would target. And you would just say, for example, hey, I want operation guys from the East Coast. And after that, you will just like hit the button, and the sequence will be generated and populated with a perspective, with the prospects, with all of the steps, with the text. And then you take a look at this and see, okay, this can work for me. This is one idea. And then you can do this once again and generate second idea. And it would take so much less time than if you do and craft this manually. So instead, let's say creating 3 sequences in 2 hours, you can do the same stuff like in 20 minutes. And then you can change them and go. That's one of the ways how all of these pieces of tech, like targeting specific persona, generating text, playing with subject lines, coming together to create a situation where AI helps you, then you review, make decision on your own, and kind of launch it into the market. So the number 3 is AI-assisted or AI-generated sequences or cadences. Another one we feel already essentially overtake the market is no-code tools and revenue operation tools. So most of you, I'm assume, knew what Zapier is, use it on a daily basis. Maybe some use rows, maybe some use Airtable to stitch together different flows. And also in many organization, operation guys already like crucial part of the go-to-market team. Without them essentially executing on like tech-heavy go-to-market strategies or product-led go-to-market strategies became like more and more difficult task. But also sales development personnel has to like keep in touch with them, understand what they can do, how they can help, and vice versa, but also became like more tech savvy to be able to do some of this stuff on their own, kind of to become like more like when you sit at the cockpit and change stuff and see what works and what's not. That's where no code and like revenue operation tools, they really excel. And most of us right now not using one system. Most of us using both organization and we as a professional in sales area, we use multiple ones, 2, 3, 4, 5. We stitch them together to get the best result, to get this like personalized line, or to get this present, for example, for someone get at the door using Sendoso or something like that. So this is became overwhelmingly important. So in 2023, we feel this only will grow, and you would need to be able to incorporate this in your team if you still didn't do this. And the next one, kudos to Correlated. Already we hear from them over here, but product-led growth became de facto standard for a number of markets. And understanding the differences, understanding how to engage, how to nurture product qualified leads. We see like marketing qualified leads, or we see like street outbound. This again became like a new trend in the market, where you would see like organization try to make the streamlines flow where leads can come from everywhere. They can be generated by sales development department using outreach. They can go through a website. They can go through registration. They can go through any kind of channel, and they would need this core targeted, etc., etc., etc. So PLG platforms or PLG CRMs, it's a big thing. Like it's still in infancy at the one side, but it also would grow more and will be probably incorporated together with the other tools in organization ecosystem to really deliver. So like product-led growth and product-led like CRMs or platforms, they will be big in 2023. Another one we believe kind of shaping workplace, both for organizations who need to make engagement or outreach, and for sales development representatives, for sales development and sales personnel, it's cloud departments. So in a way, this trend already overtook engineering on development areas and design a couple of years ago, when you can go and like outstaff grab from the market, like very high level professional development team or even design team, and like make the stuff happen really quickly. We see spending time, money, nerves, and you in some cases cannot have like proper people for hiring. The same happens with cloud departments, and it also provides flexibility for sales development personnel, where they can work, for example, with 2 or 3 very interesting projects, very interesting people, help them outreach, and at the same time, organization can get the personnel quickly. They can get the results quickly. They can test stuff, for example, if they're still not incorporated, let's say, outbound strategy, they can test out, would it work for them with the professionals who know what they're doing and already has experience delivering results for many companies in the past. And if it works, then they can decide, then can scale and hire more people or more teams, or they can build out this sales development or outreach function inside of the organization. So the cloud departments is providing this flexibility in the workplace, in a market, when you can decide how you want to execute or test your GTM strategy before you commit to it, or just like for smaller companies, it could be like the way of the future, because there's a lot of agencies already who deliver like great results for their customers. The one that already mainstream, and probably most of you used it in your daily job, it's voice recording and note taking. But what's important for the next year, it became like truly mainstream, but it's also the tech of this and the next one that we'll talk about. It's trickled down from like enterprise and mid-market level to essentially SMB and everyone in the market. So everyone understand that you need to enable your personnel. Everyone understand you need to teach your reps to efficiently talk to your prospective customers. For this, you need to have this conversation recorded. For this, you need transcribe for them. You need notes on key points. You need intent detection. So you need to truly understand how this conversation goes, in which direction. And that's where like voice recording and note taking is so crucial, because it both helps you track the results, but also later on teach your personnel on this. And like the last one in my part of the presentation will be conversational intelligence. So this was a different maker even 2-3 years ago. Right now, again, as with recording note taking, we feel it started to trickle down lower in the market, and the beneficial benefits of understanding what tones work, benefits of stopping at the point and talking between SDR leader and SDR rep on what's going right or wrong in specific part of the conversation. To be able to learn on this and improve in future is really like indispensable. The Gong Clary, the kind of like number 1, 2 in the market, but there is a lot of other tools that can help you do this. So this kind of overview of the like cool tech that we see in 2023 can help your team grow, or also you can try it out and see if it make a difference for you. There's many others. For example, there are some controversial ones like deepfakes generation for video, etc. We feel they're not ready yet for the like even early adoption, but people try them. So again, like what I would encourage you, like try new tech. Maybe it would work for you, maybe not. But once you playing with new tech, you start getting ideas and opportunities how you can incorporate this in your playbook, and then you start and change. And like change make, for example, a difference before, because if someone in your market not adopting new tech, someone else does. And as a result, the market and your competition and your prospective customers, they start feeling the change. So the new tech, the new progress, it's also great to play with this, but it also great to incorporate in your processes and essentially take a look if it worked for you. So that's pretty much all from me. I'm ready to answer questions. Vlad?
Great presentation, Anatol. Love these trends, and we had some great questions in the chat. And I guess the only one, how would you? Let me see it. How would you talk with the management to convince them to utilize AI tools?
Oh, okay. That's actually a great question, because like we have the same challenges inside of Reply as well, despite building them. So the question is, do they deliver results? Because any new tech, any new tool, there's like some hesitation to use it. So if you can provide a proof of results, for example, you save, let's say, hour or 2 hours per sequence when you create them, and the result the same or even better. Or, for example, if you create personalized icebreakers and they like really improve your reply rates, this is very easy to show the difference. Yeah, it could be tough to go through the all like ins and outs in your organization, approval, especially compliance and so on. But if the results are there, it's became like easy consideration, at least to look at this new tech.
Okay. Thanks, Anatol. Thanks for the presentation, and see you soon.
Okay, so thank you, everyone, and have a great day. Bye.
Okay, thanks. Now let's shake up things a bit with a hands-on workshop brought to you by Morgan J. Ingram. So let me probably invite Morgan to the stream. Hello, Morgan.
Hello, hello. How's everybody doing?
So far, so good. And you?
I'm doing good. Doing
Cool.
good. Good to be here.
Let's see the chat, and I think we can get started right away. Let me share my screen, okay? And yeah, because we have just 30 minutes now, 28 minutes, so we will speed some things up. Okay, so we will be reviewing your emails, your email templates you sent us earlier. So we have Morgan J. Ingram. Morgan, you want to maybe introduce yourself again?
Yeah, no, absolutely. So hope everyone's doing great out there. And I'm Morgan J. Ingram, and I create a good amount of content on top of the funnel. I've been an SDR manager, and have trained teams on top of the funnel, Slack, Salesforce, Google, Zoom, you name it. I've trained them on how to do this. So I'm excited to dive in this with you all today.
Awesome. So, okay, probably I forgot to add one slide. Just a second. I will update my presentation.
Awesome. How's everybody doing out there in yeah, Nick, you know what it is. We got the mom mentality. I'm actually curious, for those of you all, as we get this side up, who is your favorite sports player? Now that we're here, who is your favorite sports player? It can be any sport. Doesn't really matter. It could even be curling if you like curling, but it can be anything. So for those of you out there, as we get this in order, who is your favorite sports player? I'm very curious. So hopefully we can get that here in the chat and we get interactive here. But yeah, we're gonna dive into some cold emails and go through them. So if you'll have any feedback you want to dive into, we can absolutely do that. But we got some people coming in here already. So we got Roger Federer. Like Roger Federer is pretty cool. Nick, I have no idea what you said there, so I need to go check that out myself. Let's see, Tiger Woods. I mean, Tiger Woods is legend, right? Yeah, Christine, like, so funny, right? I love watching curling. It's like the coolest thing ever. So, but let me know when we're good to go. But we'll keep going.
Just a second.
We got a couple people. We got Dame Dollar in here. Tyler, do you actually listen to his rap? Damian Lillard is actually my favorite. He's probably in my top. It's probably my top three basketball players for sure. We got some Mahomes. Okay, Susan, I saw Mahomes on Sunday. I'm out here in California right now for work, but I actually got to see the 49ers and Chiefs. Good game, and Mahomes was 400 yards. He killed it, so he was doing his thing. Awesome. We good?
Yeah, we're good. Yes,
Let's get into it. We're good. Let's get into it.
Okay, so yeah, we wanted to chat quickly, really quick about best practices for writing good email templates. Great, and Will Albert actually shared some of his best practices a few presentations ago, so we can repeat some of them. So Morgan, you want to go through them? Or?
Yeah, so I mean, we have about 9 here, and the main thing that you're here for is to look at real emails and then go into them. So I'm just going to mention 3 that are important. Number 1 is please don't be pushy and salesy. I mean, how many of y'all like a pushy sales email? How many of y'all like, oh, I can't wait for a pushy sales email? None of you. So the thing is, I always tell people, read the emails that you're writing. Most people don't even read what they're writing, and they wouldn't even respond to what they're sending. So think about that. You don't want to be pushy here. You want to have these things called like interest or soft call to actions. An example of that would be like, would you be open to learning more? Or are you curious to have a deeper dialogue on this topic? These are just things that you could use. I mean, we'll get into it here in a minute, but that's like that there. The second thing is 3 to 5 sentences. If you can, if you go over that, it's not like a penalty, but you want to aim to at least have 3 to 5 sentences when you write these emails. And then the other thing that I would say is avoiding spam. And one of the things that I would encourage you all to do is when you send a cold email, do not put a screenshot or a link in the first email. Typically, that could lead it to going into spam. So wanted to share those 3 quick tips. Vlad's going to go into his, but again, we're really going to dive into the emails here so y'all can see what we're talking about.
Yeah, again, thank you. Great ideas, suggestions here. I would say that my first emails were like really push and really salesy. Do I want to chat maybe tomorrow at 1 p.m.? Like, I don't know. Are you free on this time? So I don't know really. So why someone should like pick this time and just book a call with me? So yeah, don't be really pushy and salesy. Use soft CTAs. I would also say, what I really ask my SDRs, put yourself in their shoes. It's like, read your template and ask yourself, would you reply back to that email? So it's really, really important. If you skip this email, so probably they will do this too. And yeah, do not pitch your services or products right away. Make it about them and just reveal interest. Just make sure especially when it comes to outbound or cold outreach, just real interest. Don't sell your services right away. All right, so let's proceed with this email templates you sent us. I will quickly read them. Okay, hi, first name. I hope you're well. I wanted to introduce myself and my company to you. My name and I'm a job title of my company. My company is a digital product and software development company. We work with companies like, to name, and I thought our software development expertise might be relevant to you. I thought that our business would be a great fit, and I wondered if you had any free time for a short meeting between October 24th, 27th. It would be great to have a cup of coffee and discuss possible ways of cooperation. You can book a slot by this link, calendar link. I will be glad to meet with you at our office in WeWork on actually address. But if you are not able to visit, you can choose the location that you prefer.
Okay, where should we start with this one? All right, so here's the thing, y'all. Let's talk about what actually like can be taken from here and be used. So if you look at, we work with companies like customer. That is great if it's within the same industry. So I want to call that out as like, this is a good thing that you can do, but at the end of the day, like, you want to make sure that's relevant to the industry. So I'm going to pull that out as a positive here that you could use. Typically when you do this, and if y'all taking notes, like this is really important, you want to think about everything in the rule of 3s. So 4 customers is a lot. 3 is fine, but once you go over that, it's just too much. So 3 is typically where you want to go. Now, let's talk about some things that potentially or should be moved. Let's talk about those are 3 things I want to talk about, and then Vlad might have some things as well, because I don't want to be like, hey, everything. Like, let's just talk about 3 things. So the last thing is the call to action. This is so you only want to stick to 1 call to action. All right, everybody, 1. Check out what's happening here. It's like, hey, I have time to meet with you, and I also want to have some coffee with you, and I also want to meet you in person. And here's my link to the calendar. Yo, I'm already have a headache, and I'm out. Like, I'm not even trying to roast people. I'm just telling you how people respond to these things. So like, if I'm reading this, I'm already so confused. I don't know where to go next, right? I don't know, like, meet you in person and coffee and like, This is a lot of information. So you need to pick one of these call to actions that you're going to do. If you want to meet them in person, say, I want to meet you in person. If you want to send them a counter link, which I do not suggest at all, then you should say that. But there's too much going on here. Number two is, I'm going to tell y'all right now, like, introducing yourself and telling people where your company's from and telling your name and your title is a complete waste of space. Because guess what? In your email, it tells you what your first and last name is typically and your company. So you don't need to tell them that. And in your signature line, it also tells them the same thing. So when you are thinking about an email, I've said this before, you want to think about every single word is like, imagine if every single word that you put on this email, you had to submit $1. And if they don't get a response, you don't get it back. So you just wasted what, like $20? Could have done a lot of stuff with $20. Could have maybe got a video game. I don't know. The thing is, like, this is a lot of money you just threw out the window. So like, it's not relevant information, right? At all. And the third piece is like hope all is well. And I've said this before. If you follow me, you know where I'm at with this. Hope all is well doesn't do anything for you because most people start this out in this language. Typically, this links to get deleted. So look, some of y'all probably asking me how I would reword this email. This is probably restarting this email because you would really just have to figure out, okay, let me lead with some type of insight here. And then around what experience you found, which I'm trying to identify what that is here, but like, and then really pinpoint the companies and how you've helped them and add in a case study and then go to a call to action. And this could be a lot shorter, but I've said my piece. Vlad, what are you thinking?
You know, I noted your suggestions and I will summarize it before. Yeah, first of all, I will definitely agree on rule of three. Just you can remove one of these customers because actually their names were quite long in the email itself and it like consumed lots of words. Now, I totally agree. Just keep to one CTA. Whether it's coffee, whether it's a book a meeting, or let's meet in the office at the office. So definitely just stick to one CTA, and it will be way better. Because I'm slightly confused. What do you want from me? You want to chat? You want a coffee? You want to book a meeting, or you want to meet in person, like at the office or something? And yeah, I will definitely also remove the first paragraph like at all, because you can use your company name in a subject line, so you're already familiar, and then you have your first name and job title in the signature. Yeah, and that's how you can make it more relevant, I would say. You can start right away with reason for outreach. Is that, for example, I noticed you're hiring new software engineers. Since you are growing fast, we already help like fast-growing companies like number 1, 2, 3 with like software development expertise and so on. So, is this something relevant for you right now? And that's it, I would say. Okay, let's move on. The second one, good morning, first name. I hope you're having a great start to your day. As we both know and believe, challenges for SDRs like bad lead quality, lots of issues for SDRs, like squeezing SDRs productivity. Each challenge could take up to months to get sorted. Not every head of sales got the bandwidth to spend that much time. We at company partnered with companies like number 1 to overcome these challenges. We can help your company fix these challenges to help your SDRs focus on what matters most. Would you have time for a quick call tomorrow on Wednesday?
Okay, so I got some for you all, and I think someone asked this earlier. Where's he at? Nick, you asked this on like how much should the email be intro? What are phrases that work? Sarah, you asked this question, so I'm gonna give you all an answer to something real quick that might be helpful. So put a 1 in the chat if you played darts before. Anyone here played darts? I love darts. I'd beat any of you in darts, by the way. If we were to ever have that, I'm coming for you if you would have played darts. But just real quick, I just want to see people out. Put a 1 in the chat if you have played darts before, because this will help you, maybe you all out here. So let's look at this email, and this email actually is, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I could make this email to 7 different emails right now, and I'm going to tell you all how to do that. So as you see right here, challenges for SDRs like bad lead quality. So that in itself is 1 email. what you have to think about is an average person gets like 100 to 200 emails a day on average, right? Obviously it can be above or below, but that's an average. So if you're telling them, hey, we solve all these things, people are going to be like, yo, I'm overwhelmed. I don't have time. Like, that's a lot of problems. And they're going to delete your email. So you want to pinpoint it and have a dart, right? Just like you throw one dart at a time. Now, here's the thing about darts, if you are good at it, is at some point, you're going to hit a bullseye. But you're not always going to hit a bullseye. You might hit it like a little bit off. You might get close. But one time, you're probably going to hit the bullseye, right? So here, this is what our goal is here. Every single email that I have, let's say I have 5 emails for the campaign, they're all just darts. I don't know if it's going to work or not because I don't know exactly if I can solve their problems. I might be able to based on my research, but I haven't had the discovery call to assess if I can. So what I'm going to do here is like, I'm not going to tell you everything in what I like to call, I'm not going to value vomit, right? I'm not going to value vomit all of the prospect. That's a little nasty. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to be like, okay, bad lead quality. That's the first email. And that's the only thing we're going to talk about. Then the next email is going to be lack of effective coaching. That didn't work. We don't care. We're going to throw another dart. Deliverability issues. Okay, that didn't work. We don't care again. Domain authorization. Then they're like, that's what we want to talk about. Great. And so now you've thrown your darts and you finally got your bullseye. So again, to answer like 2 questions there, like how I go about this is every single email is a dart. And a dart is short, 3 to 5 sentences. It's simple to remember this. A dart is short. You keep your email short and you throw a dart for every single email. If you throw out 7 or 8 different problems, people are going to be confused and they're going to be like, I don't care about this. And that's not what we want here. So the key is, right? The key is that we're going to take one of these and we're going to make it into an email. So, I could cover all the other pieces of this right here, but ultimately the main thing I want y'all to get out of this email is like, this is actually it's a solid one. It's not like, this is a pretty solid one, but I'm saying to make it like to the next level, we're just going to take one of those components and we're going to make it a dart and we're going to move forward. So hopefully that helps, answer maybe a couple questions people had there. Like that's like the go-tos that I have is like having it as a dart and moving it forward in that fashion.
I like the segue between board darts and all these pain points. I would say really, really great segue. I also agree that this one is really pretty good one email template. And what I really will change is again probably just the second paragraph, because as we both know and believe, sounds like a little bit like salesy. You are like so confident that I have these problems. Maybe I don't have them. I don't know. So I will maybe say something like this: working with other SDRs or I don't know, head of sales with other sales leaders, we'll notice that some SDR teams have challenges like 1 or 2, maybe, I don't know. So working with these companies, like we overcome these SDRs productivity challenges and explain how. So we can help you fix these challenges as well. Wanna chat, and that's it. So probably I will definitely remove all these challenges, and I agree, you can use them across the sequence and for different email follow-ups, I would say.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, let's move on. Oh, this one is
y'all got to zoom in on this one.
Yeah. Okay, so hey, first name. I wanted to introduce my company in a way that was charming enough that it got your attention without being annoying. Fingers crossed. I can't bring just what you have always wanted, another pitch. I will get it over as quickly as possible. With enhanced and custom-built AI models, we provide, again, challenges. As a result, it helps department managers and executives retain top talents, maximizing collaboration. You can use our company too, bullet points. Well, we are also currently piloting this with premier companies like 1, 2, 3, and we have recently become a strategic partner of number 4. So whether you decide to discuss further how we can help company continue to grow, hit me with this link. Have a splendid day, signature.
All right, y'all. So this is like let's just go back to the example that I said, right? I want you to, I'm going to ingrain this in your head for the next 10 minutes. Y'all going to keep hearing me say this. this is just a yes or no in the chat, because I just said something, right? Called people were like, oh, that makes sense. So then we're going to use the same example, and then we're going to ask a question around this. If when you're reading this email, is this a dart? Yes or no? That's the first question we're going to ask. Then I'll tell you a couple things that I see here that you could pull out and use for yourself. But is this a dart? Just a yes or no in the chat. We're going to see here in a minute. So the thing is, like, as I'm looking at this, right, everyone's like, no, right? It's not a dart at all. So that's what you have to think about is like, is my email a dart? That's number one. Number two is read this email out loud to yourself. And if you find your own self zoning out, it's a watermelon. That's actually hilarious. But this is not it, right? And I think how you say Rajir. Hopefully I'm saying that right and respecting that pronunciation. But you're absolutely right. If you're reading this on your phone, I'm tuned out. I want y'all to have to think about, like, every single email that you send is on your phone. I want you to write this down in your notes or remember in your head. Every single email that you send, it needs to be consumed on the phone. This is like an autobiography, like, email here. And you want to be able to stay away from this, right? We're only focused on darts. We're not focused. A harpoon. I don't know what this is, right? It's a harpoon. So, like, this is way too big, right? So again, at the end of the day, this is just way too long, like too much introductions and things of that nature. Get to the point because no one has the time. The thing that I will say, though, here's a highlight here that y'all can use. And I've seen a couple of clients that I've worked with and a couple of mentees use this, and it works really well. So when you do bullet points, again, let's go back to the rule of three. Use 3 bullet points if you want to. Like, bullet points are fine. I think a lot of people are, oh, do they work or not? I'm like, look, I've seen people be really successful with bullet points, especially if you target like security or like IT professionals. Like, they seem to do really well. So I don't knock them. So try out these bullet points. But again, I'm open to feedback from anyone in the audience or even Vlad here. But I always just tell people, like, don't put your calendar link in the cold email. Like, it turns the majority of people off. I'm not saying you won't get a meeting, because you could potentially, but it turns the majority of people off if you put your calendar link in there and you haven't even had a conversation, you haven't provided any value yet. Only time I use the calendar link is when I've already established the conversation or they've agreed to meet, but I don't do that before because it turns people off. So again, we've all established this is not a dart, so y'all already know how I feel about this email. But what I would take from this email as a positive is the bullet points. I think these are actually solid bullet points to talk about your product, whatever your service is, but like, just condense that down to 3. But all the other information is very a marketing type email rather than a sales email.
Yeah, agree. So to summarize summarize Morgan's ideas here, I would say just remove this intro because it's 2 paragraphs. You can actually like create a email as this long rather than having this just intro. Then bullet points. We actually discussed with Morgan like almost 2 weeks ago, and there is actually a study saying that they don't go through all bullet points. They just read the first 3, I guess, or something. So the more you have, the less they will read. They will just skip it. Because that's it. They won't even read it. And link for meetings, remove it. I agree. I love A/B testing things. And yeah, if you want, you can give it a try. But I will definitely recommend for this specific email template, just maybe create a second variant and use just soft CTA asking just for I don't know, for their availability, or if it's something they're interested in. By the way, we also when you have this when you use these 2 paragraphs, we actually at Reply try something like this, but we decided to just use one short sentence, and it says like the very first sentence of cold email. I will keep this short to make 20 seconds to read this, and then yes, I timed it. I will just send this sentence in the chat. So you can probably steal it. I don't know. So, and it's like maybe it can work out for you as well. So yeah, I agree with Morgan here. Remove intro, remove some bullet points, and link for meetings also remove. Also, if you remember, I would also recommend to personalize your emails, your sequences, cadences, whatever you call it, based on persona. So I will definitely, if I reach out to, let's say, HR managers, I won't say as a result, it helps department managers. I will say just as a result, it helps specifically HR managers to maximize it. So I will just eliminate all other job titles there. I don't know. Okay, so next one. First name, Q4 is here. Are you ready for it? I talk with marketers and business owners every day, and some of the most common burdens here, they speak about are 3 bullet points. What keeps you up at night, and what can you do differently in Q4 to ease your pains? Signature.
Okay, I'm gonna give y'all something else here as well. I'm gonna throw out a good amount of stuff for y'all here today. So one thing that I tell people that I coach and train is when you write an email, you want to think about this: be brief, be brilliant, be gone. This is a perfect example of be brief, be brilliant, and I'm out of here. Like, I like this email a lot. It reads as if it's like a text. This is definitely a dart. I mean, I'm asking y'all think this is a dart? Yes or no? Like, I think this is a dart. This is pretty good. So, like, this is very solid. And it you see how, like, the things I was talking about, it's adding up, right? 3 bullet points, super clean, right? I like that. I also say, hey, look, I'm acknowledging, hey, I've been talking to marketers and businesses every day. Here's the common birds they speak about. So it's not really like I'm calling you out. It's just, hey, I'm been talking to people, and this is what they're saying. Q4 is here. Are you ready for it with the eyes? I actually really like that, right? You could even have an impact question there, or like some type of intriguing question to like kind of hook them. You could say like, how are you currently planning for Q4, and then go into that. But that's like super nitpicky right now. And the only thing that I do not like, because it's very salesy, is what's keeping you up at night. I feel like that's very salesy at the end of the day. I think that you could just get rid of that and just say like, are any of these top of mind for you right now, and what can you do differently to ease those pains? I just would stay away from what keeps you up at night. I don't like that language, but everything else here, I really like this email. And there's also a scalable email, because you can do this in different variations. You can add different dart points. Like, I'm a fan of this one.
Yeah, great. Thanks. Let's move on. I guess we can review one more template, I would say. You want this one, or maybe the next one?
Let's go. Yes, let's do this one.
Okay,
let's do this
cool. Number 6, dear first name. Just saw the news about capacity on the Pacific was down 13% last month. Usually this happens when there is a volatility in economic demand. So I thought you might be interested in finding out how we help company peers alike and more to overcome this challenge with our solutions for smart sailing, shipment visibility, spot procurement. I know things at company must be crazy now, but if you would like to learn more, let's set up a quick call. How does look on your calendar? Really good one.
All right, y'all. I think this also, I'm gonna get, y'all can ride with me on this one, but I think this is another dart, y'all. This is very close to a bullseye. I'm not gonna lie. Like, this is very close. Like, it's very close. I personally don't like the deer, but also as well, that could be, this is really important. So typically I say don't put deer at the beginning, because like you probably aren't gonna talk like that. However, there is certain regions where I've trained and they have to put deer, or otherwise like it's not going to get open. So I don't know the context here, so I'm not going to call that out. It's way too nitpicky. But what I do like is, I want y'all to notice something. This is like, I'm fired up, because like most people do not do this. When you find a clue, I like to call it a clue, because as salespeople, we're detectives. We can find out a lot of stuff that we probably shouldn't really be finding out. So we're really detectives, and we run and find these clues. This was a really good clue. Hey, just saw the news about this, and this is what I saw, right? That's a good 2 combo sentences. The next sentence in this paragraph is a game changer. Check out what they said here. Usually this happens when there's volatility in economic demand. So if you're able to say like, hey, I saw this event, and typically this is what happens when I see this, or like, hey, typically when I see you're hiring people or product updates, this is what we see. That shows credibility. And that's what we're trying to present here, is credibility as a seller, credibility as the trusted advisor. So when I see something, I say, hey, this is typically what I believe to happen. And it's like, oh, well, you're right, that does happen. And then you can see here how they're bringing in company peers, right, to align with that thought process. So the first like 2 paragraphs, on point. The reason it's not bullseye is because you don't actually really need the last sentence. You could just keep the last thing and say, hey, I know things might be crazy right now, but if you'd like to learn more, let's set up a call. You could literally just leave it there. Or you could even just say like, hey, I know things are crazy right now. Would you be open to learning more? Right? So I think that's the key right there. And Susan, if you don't like the word usually, you can also use the word I like to use, which is typically, because obviously these are very nuanced. So I actually use the word typically instead of usually. That's a good call out. I use that one. But as you see right here, like this last sentence is not needed. You could literally just take the second to last, and that's your call to action, and you wrap it up. But I know we're actually right at time, but that's my feedback for that one.
Thanks, Morgan. Really, really great. I agree. And it sounds like it correlates with what Will already said before, that you really need like a chain of sentences that like are connected with each other. So this template is really connected. All sentences are connected with each other. So there is a problem, that's how we can fix it. Let's talk it. And I agree, you can even shorten it and say like, if this sounds relevant or if this sounds useful, let's talk, or something like this. And I agree, so you can just remove the last question. Okay, thanks for your time, Morgan. If you have time, you can answer any question in the chat. I don't know, later. Again, thanks for your time, and I guess we will need another webinar and reply with you. Like,
yeah, they're yanking me off the stage, y'all. If you have questions, like they're yanking us off.
Okay. Yep. Thanks for your time, and great to have you here.
Cheers, everybody. Hopefully you found it helpful.
Thanks. All right, so let's see what do we have here.
All right, that was great. Didn't want to let Morgan go, or actually any of the speakers were on earlier, but we are on a schedule, so we are actually already into our break. Before we let you guys go, once again, thank you for being active participants in the chat. I love those discussions, exchanging, like answering questions by yourselves, not really waiting sometimes for speakers to do that. That's really great practice. And we do have some more winners for you as well, the best authors of the questions. I will send those names once again in chat in a sec. For now, I want to say McKenna Hill, Zishan Lagdawala, Christine Stan, Nick Simpson, and Chelsea Gray. You guys are the winners of the swag. I'll put the names once again in chat so we don't forget anyone. Will is your point of Vlad is your point of contact. Pin him in LinkedIn with your details. Congrats. The swag will be on its way to you.
Yeah, feel free to ping me in LinkedIn. I will reply to you probably tomorrow, so excuse me for a late response, but I will reply to you tomorrow. And yeah, and my script says that we will have a quick coffee break, like for 8 minutes.
See you soon. And while Vlad is mute, Vlad, you are mute.
Yeah, I always forget about this. Sorry.
Yes.
It's okay.
Okay.
Welcome back. Thanks for being with us. We're ready to kick off the last part of our event. Let's talk about the essential part of this SDR leadership, team coaching, and mentorship. To drill down on this topic, I'm super happy to welcome the following experts: Elric from Chili Piper, David from Cognism, and Jared from Riff Genius. Welcome, everyone.
Hey, Vlad.
Up.
Hey, everyone. How are you doing?
Not bad. I'm in the UK drinking my tea, being as typical as physically possible for today. But yeah, getting that caffeine hit.
Okay.
I ran out of my tea in back-to-backs today, but excited to be here. Wishing I had tea in my cup at the moment.
I have water for me. So at the end of the day also. So cheers.
And the same here. I noticed I'm out of water actually. So
awesome. Glad we're all staying hydrated, eh?
Yeah. Okay. So thanks for joining us. Let's get started with a quick introduction round because we have just 30 minutes, and I think we want to learn more rather than just talking. So let us know who you are and what's your background, I guess.
Who should kick off, Vlad? Should I kick off?
Yeah, sure.
Do it.
All right, awesome. My name is David Bentham. I'm the Director of Sales Development at Cognism. My background is I flew to Australia and did a commission-only door-to-door sales job for 3 years, and then moved to Cognism and kind of haven't really looked back. So we have 75 SDRs here globally now. So pretty good team, pretty big team across the US, UK, and Germany.
I'm Jared. I'm the co-founder of Rev Genius. We're a community of sales, marketing, RevOps professionals. We have about 30,000 of us now or more. My relation to the sales development world, we kicked off Rev League, went to market with SDR Pro, training full teams on sales development. Also helped a bunch of folks get into sales SDR roles. My background, 15 years, full cycle rep and leader. So I had to do it all, y'all, and I'm happy to be here.
Hey everyone, Eric. So right now I'm Enterprise SDR Manager at Chili Piper. So I have 3.5 years as an SDR, outbound SDR, and now almost 2 years as an SDR leader. And right now, I just moved to the enterprise team 4 or 5 months ago. So I was leading the mid-market team, the EMEA mid-market team at Chili Piper, and now leading the enterprise team. And yeah, super happy to be here.
Cool, awesome. So great experiences here. Okay, so let's get started with the very first question, and it will be really, really direct. So should an SDR leader, I don't know, sales leader, lead by example, and how to find a balance here? So what is ideas here and suggestions, blueprint? Maybe I don't know
who's going to lead by example here.
Yeah, look, I'm happy to kick off. I think there's a short and a long answer. I think the short answer is yes. I think it's super important that you, as a leader, you not only gain the respect and trust of your team, but also that you are in it with them and you understand what's going on in their world. I was super fortunate here that I started off as an SDR, so I did months of being a Cognism SDR, so I knew it pretty well. But the long answer is, before every SDR here starts jumping on their manager's back and saying they need to be cold calling every day, is the reality of my role, for example, is, do I spend an hour cold calling myself, or do I spend an hour coaching, a team of reps or focusing on strategy? And you're always playing that balance of what for me, I'm playing that balance of how can my time best impact the overall team? And so I tend to do it, but it's a lot more ad hoc. It's for me, it's a great way of if we're having a slower month or a slower quarter, for me to jump on the phones and just really lead by example then. So yeah, that's the long and the short from my end.
Yeah. So from my end, having a team and being in the trenches, no matter what it is always a positive thing. Now you need to balance that with getting leverage, right? Because like you have a team of however many, you have no leverage if you're not leading them at a certain point and helping them get up. You know, the best managers I've had throughout my career as well would come and join me in client calls. Would you know, come and help me at certain parts and coach certain things, and it was great for me to uh, watch them in action and learn from them in action. But I also knew I was responsible for my own number myself, and that I had somebody to go to leverage. And you can't spread that manager thin, nor can that manager myself be allowed to be spread thin. I think that's important both ways. But yeah, if, on a Friday, like 3 p.m., you want to flex a little bit, like do a cold call hour with your whole team and show them up, of course.
So for me, yes, leading by example, but not the same things. So I'm not doing cold calls. I'm not cold emailing with my team. So for me, I see the role of a leader as a coach. And if you compare to sport, generally as a coach, you are not playing the game. So I'm here practicing with them, training them how to use some stuff on the phone or via email. And so that's the way I'm seeing that. And so for me, leading by example is showing them I'm still a student of the game. So for example, I'm always trying to look for new techniques. For example, with Dave, actually, we talked last week, and always trying to see what other teams are doing, because that's something then I can share with my team. And generally what I'm doing with that is I share that with my top performers, and then my top performers, generally they take the feedback or they want to try new things, and then they use it, it's working, and then the rest of the team start using it. And so for me, it's leading by example in this way. It's more, hey, we are on the same boat, so we are learning, and that's on that also. Also, I'm trying to lead by example, but I'm coaching, but also I'm coachable. So generally when I get feedback from a team, I'm going to show them that I'm going to apply the feedback, because I'm not saying I'm a really good manager, but I think I still stuff to learn. And sometimes I have my team who are giving me feedback. I want to apply this feedback and show them that I'm listening to them. And if I want to be coachable, I need to be coachable first, I think.
Great suggestions. Being an SDR here at Reply, I would say I have probably to confess that I always bounce between two polar opinions. Okay, I should micromanage them. I should check their email, then help them. Then I think no, I shouldn't do that. They should fix problems themselves. Probably just send them great articles, tips on things. So it's really hard, to find a balance there.
Yeah, for sure. For sure, really difficult. I was just thinking just then about this one experience that I'd love to share in terms of if there are SDR managers out there that are scared to get back on the phone because they're rusty, right? Because they're not doing it every day and they don't feel like that, they feel like they have to just book in loads of meetings if they get on the phone. One of the most eye-opening experiences I had was when I had a rep that was really struggling and I offered to get on the phone on their behalf in front of them. And then I spent all day and got nothing. And one thing, and at the end I was gutted. I was like, oh, how is this help that SDR? And he turned around to me and he said, well, look, honestly, this has been amazing, because it shows that it doesn't matter who you are, you're still going to have these days. And he learned more of a message from me not being able to kind of get a positive outcome, but me continuing to follow the right process. So yeah, perhaps just a little add-on for any, because I'm sure we've all been there. Jared, Elric, I'm sure you guys have been there, where you're like, oh my gosh, I haven't cold called in a year, and all my SDRs are desperately trying to get me to cold call. That was an important message for me to learn.
I think, building on this, I think it's important that you show that you have your team's back at all times. And that doesn't always mean going to the trenches. Sometimes that means blocking the sun. And what I mean by that is when you have heat coming down from leadership above you saying this person's not hitting their numbers, and you know they're buying into the process. The heat is looking at spreadsheets. You're seeing the process and what's going to happen. And you're like, like, no, like, put it on me. I'm going to protect this person. They don't need to get into this psychological state of like what happens when the manager lets the heat come straight through. That's not fun. And then it's going to, and I'm doing that because they're following the process and other people can't see that. And I have such faith in the process that I'm going to back this person. And then when that turns around, and it will, assuming that you have good processes, oh my gosh, you have somebody that's going to follow you for life and go to battle for you, works cold calling people Saturday at noon. You don't have to do that, but you get the idea.
Elric, maybe you want to add something here or no?
Protecting the SDRs.
Yeah. On protecting the SDRs, yeah, I think that's something you need to do because sometimes because you are with them on the trenches, seeing what they are currently doing, and they are doing the right behavior. That's where you need to show leadership that they are doing the right things, and you are here. And obviously, coaching and training people, it's not like sometimes you're going to get results in some weeks or some months sometimes. So be there for them.
Mm-hmm. I see. Great. Thanks. Sounds like each SDR leader has to like find a balance on their own, I guess, but definitely help their SDRs. Okay. The next question, very direct. Should SDR leaders focus on high performers or treat all SDRs equally? Because I'm struggling here as well again.
Yeah, I can start because I changed my mind on this one recently. So a year ago, for me, it was only high performers. And now it's more focused on the people on my team who want to grow and to learn. If someone, for example, I can spend an hour, 2 hours per week with this person, and this person is not applying feedback, I'm not going to spend too much time on this person. I'm going to focus on someone who maybe struggle more than this person, but going to apply my feedback. And I know I can spend 3 hours or 4 hours with this person because this person is really in this growth mindset. And I think the results of doing this is going to pay off. So yeah, because before for me, it was only, high performers were only my focus because it's easier to have a high performer to perform, to get 2 or 3 more meetings per month. But now I'm thinking more about, hey, this person, my team wants to learn from us. Yes, okay, I'm going to spend more time with this person.
I love how you said that. I think you could there's probably 3 buckets or 3 main buckets of people. You have the high performers, you have the people that are like tottering a little bit, like they just need a little something, and there's people that might not make it, unfortunately. The middle group, if you spend a lot of time on, you could probably drive the most impact for your team, right? Like, because if you could there's the best chance of turning those folks into similar to the top performers. This sounds ruthless. I get it, but like, I'm just trying to bring the numbers up.
No, I totally agree. I think we're all on the same page with this one. I think it's all about who can an hour of my time give the biggest impact to, and that can be a bottom performer or a top performer. I think I agree with Eric exactly. Like, it's about coachability on their side. I mean, at the end of the day, for example, if I bring in 5 new SDRs in a month, I'm going to focus my first week pretty heavily on them because it's going to be so easy to get them from 0 to 5, right? Or 5 meetings in that week, and so yeah, so I'm going to spend my time on those individuals, but there's no kind of there's no kind of like top or bottom. I certainly won't spend a bunch of time on a high performer who I feel like I've taught everything that I can to, because then I'm wasting time. So it's all about impact, really.
Got it. So like, we should probably focus on people who want to be top performers but struggle in some way. I see. Okay, great. We have lots of follow-up questions, so I will quickly go through my questions and then we will go through the questions from the chat. Okay, so my question was how to motivate and challenge SDRs who haven't been achieving quota for a while. Like, what your playbooks here, checklist, best practices.
Sure, happy to say this. So we have triggers in place for what we call the performance improvement plan, which I think is a universally known, corporate way of dealing with people who are in kind of challenging situations. I think a lot of companies, unfortunately, do take performance improvement plans as kind of like a, hey, start doing some work, otherwise you're out of this, you're out of the company, which for us is actually, I think from my experience, we've taken it really seriously and actually genuinely focused it on, okay, can we let's stop for a minute, let's build a plan and let's make sure that we can get this person back up to speed. And when doing that, we're actually, there's countless times and countless individuals that I won't necessarily name, who have gone up from being kind of our bottom performers who have been really struggling to actually they're now kind of top account executives at the organization. Because I think one thing that challenging state shows is, or the experience that you can get from being in such a challenging spot is that it can really be your first test of character. And if you come through that, potentially with support from management and the company that you're working for, then the next time you go into that challenging state, I think you can often what to do and what to start thinking about and how to apply yourself in the future. So yeah, we put together performance improvement plans. We look at kind of key area, usually it's 3 key areas that we want to see improved, and we set smart goals that are super achievable for them to focus on. And as I say, as long as the focus points are always inputs instead of outputs. So SDRs are mostly quoted on how many meetings that are sat in a month. We're not looking at meetings sat. We're looking at, things like activity, training time. We'll do added call reviews, for example, whatever it might take. And yeah, generally people come out the other side in a very positive state. So that's kind of how we go about that situation.
I think with motivating and challenging anybody, motivation is an internal thing, right? Like you got to understand if they want to be there. We're in sales. But before this recession, there was always a better offer out there if you were hitting your numbers, right? Like somebody might genuinely just be interviewing understand what's going on, empathize, get deep down and dirty, understand the context. Did they perform before and they're not now? Or have they never performed and they just need an extended ramp? Try to look for cues there. And I think, building plans, that's phenomenal. If you have a PIP, that's not just for legality, because a PIP will legally protect you from letting somebody go as well. If you have a PIP that's genuinely to help, that's spectacular. But I think it comes down to, the leader being able to empathize and vice versa, that you're in this together, and you don't necessarily need to cold call on Friday at 3 p.m. like I said to do that, but you do need to have their back so that you could have these conversations to understand where they're at. And 2 people might not be able to be motivated the same way, right? So understand that, be conscious of that, and be curious to learn how and appease them with that.
For me, it's pretty related to what Jared says. It's about the motivation of the person, because I think for us at Chili Pepper, we work remotely, and I think it's, if we compare to an office setup than to a remote setup, it's a bit harder because we're not in the same room, and I think that the vibe is a bit different, but the motivation is really key for this. And the first thing I want to understand with the team is what motivates them outside of work, before talking about why they're struggling and stuff like that. Because if I don't know, for example, what they're working on a personal project, well, it's going to be hard to say, hey, let's focus on hitting your numbers. But if I know, for example, next year or in 2 years, I want to have a down payment to buy the house, here that's easier for me to say, hey, each month if you go to buy your house, it's 20% of your down payment. Well, let's focus on this. And then I can work with them on a plan. And to what Dave was saying, for generally on the plan, it's KPIs, obviously the results, but also the behavior, because sometimes generally something is missing on the side. So if it's, for example, the coachability piece, I'm going to explain what I'm expecting from them. And it's not, hey, I want you to be coachable. It's not here for me what's being coachable. Coachable is when I give you feedback, you apply it today or the day tomorrow. Second thing is you ask me for feedback at least once a week, for example. And then the last piece is you take feedback constructively. And that's it. And generally what happens after those conversations, there is change in behavior, and sometimes obviously in the results also, but sometimes it doesn't. So.
Awesome, thanks. Like, sounds like we should focus why it happens and what's the motivation behind their performance. Okay, I see. So, and questions from the chat. When building a team, what traits, skills are you guys looking for from SDR or current employees?
Yeah, happy to kick off again. I think for me, one of the key things, probably the most important thing, is natural high achievers. And so when I say natural, we mostly hire recent graduates, won't necessarily have a ton of working experience to go off of. But what I'm really looking for is, like, that in the past you've kind of pushed yourself not just to an average level of competence at something, but kind of kept pushing yourself further and further to quite a high level. So that could be you being the world's best player at Tiddlywinks, or I don't know, like a world chess master. It really does not matter, but that's a very difficult trait to teach, I think, to have that person that has that competitive nature and wants to keep driving forward. So that's amongst a bunch of other things, that's something that really stands out to me as important.
Hey, you're on mute.
Excuse me.
I'll be real early stage. We need a self-starter that could figure this shit out themselves. Like, no one will really say that. Sure, hire that person that's really great with the playbook in the beginning and then come back and tell me that, like, why you have to hire again. Like, people that are curious, they work fast, they can figure things out fast, move fast, and are coachable. And don't necessarily need an SOP for everything, is essential early stage, right? Like, as you have more resources to build enablement and stuff, it becomes different, of course.
Yeah, similar for me. So coachability and being curious, that's on my list. And then, like you mentioned, Jared, for me, it's more being adaptable, for example, because right now, the team I'm working with, it's a pretty small team. For us, the enterprise team is the smallest team under their org. And right now, we don't have the playbook. And here, we need to create everything. And I need someone on my team right now that can do the job without having, like, clear indication. And so right now on my team, for example, I'm not going to hire people who are new to the SDR job. I'm going to hire people who already done the job, or that can show me that they can adapt or create processes.
Yeah, and that's critical. Like, I once came onto a company where I was doing everything in the beginning, and before, the company was just kind of moving around in circles, and I'm like, you guys don't want revenue? And so, just someone that could push in and just start making it happen is big.
Yeah.
I think when we were in it, and maybe you guys can resonate with this, one of the things that we looked for in the early days was just pure optimists, because we knew that, especially in that startup culture, there was going to be moments where things were not working out and there were big blips, and you need those people that are just kind of, ever optimistic that the end goal is going to come. And that really, really helped us, for anybody out there in kind of like your 10-person, 30 to 50 people company, I suppose, even smaller, having a bunch of salespeople that just, because, especially when the product's not in a place where the product's really just an MVP and everybody's actually just complaining that it's not as good, having that type of salesperson, I think is incredibly important. Just to add on to what you guys are saying.
Yeah, they literally write books where they tell you should get rid of the Z. Like, to be clear, like if you have anybody that's a Z, which means like a non-starter, a pessimist.
Sounds like we have here different playbooks. Hire people who can
Optimists
get shit done. Optimists. Yep, optimists. People with, I would say, genuine curiosity, and who can have things done. Okay, so Emil asks, what key SDR performers do you guys focus on? What would you suggest here, other SDR leaders? What should we focus on? Like, I guess it's KPIs, right?
Yeah, so we've done something quite interesting at Cognizant, which, like, for any SDR leaders, I think this has been such a game changer. I actually stole this completely off of Caitlin Kelly, who at the time was working for Outreach. So if anybody knows Caitlin Kelly, we do this thing. We've called it the Cognizant 17. It's basically 17 attributes that we're every month the SDRs like self focus on. And the reason I bring it up is because I don't want this to, I think this answer could be really obvious. You could say, okay, meetings booked, meetings attended, opportunities created, pipeline dollar, like sourced revenue, right? That could be your drivers. But for us, we include those in the 17, but we're also including things like how many books you've read on sales in the past month, or podcasts, or like, what literature you've read, or focusing on kind of, we call it the zero board, which is basically a dashboard that we have where you should have 0 reports in there, because it essentially highlights issues with your admin. So if there's obviously like a tolerance, people make mistakes, but essentially, like, we're looking at kind of like, how well you filled in your reporting and things like that. So it really can be, there's so many different things that SDRs really need to be thinking about. But also as a business, we're, the landscape for us is changing. And so, for example, like, if we're adding a new feature to the product that is great for, say, recruiters, we might add into our 17 something specific to recruiters and like understanding the recruitment use case. So I really, I think for any SDR managers out there, there's a bunch of different things that you want to be thinking about. Definitely stuff past just your average kind of outcome metrics.
The most organized, and I'm not on mute, the most organized performance plan that I ever had was, because I've been early stage the last 10 years. So it hasn't been baked out as much as some others, admittedly. But early stage, like 50% of the plan was on soft KPIs. Activity was one of them, but not just, raw activity per se. It was also like, how many proposals have you drummed up, or like, figure out like an activity that associates with the funnel. And then like other stuff that, like, if you weren't hitting your overall attainment and your monthly attainment goals, you had like a system of checks and balances that would get there. But what key SDR performance drivers do you focus? I'm not the best person to answer this today.
So for me, and I'm thinking about that right now because that's something I'm thinking about for next year, how we can drive more quality, for example, because for us right now it's driving meetings, so it's not really focused on the quality. So conversations will be one. So is it on the phone or via email? Because I prefer to send maybe 10 emails and then you get 3 replies than sending 100 or 200 emails and get the same amount, the same results. So that will be one. And then I really like what you said, Dave, because that's not something I think about the having metrics not related to the activity or the result, but more focused on the skill development. And I think that could be interesting to figure out that because you can track that they're also trying to learn also on their own, and you can track that. So that's that. And right now, so we're working on, we're calling that standards of the team, and that's something we're going to track. It's on skills also that we're going to track. So it's based on, obviously you have performance and KPIs, but then you have also the coachability piece on the scale 1 to 5. How are you ranking? Here it's not something we can track on Salesforce or on other dashboards, but it's every month we have like on our monthly one-on-one, the first one-on-one of the month, we're going to talk about this, and we're going to track month over month to see if they are improving on specific skills.
Okay, great. Thanks for your answers. Okay, so we unfortunately run out of time. I guess we need to, like, next time have these masterclasses longer, this panel discussion longer. So thanks for your time, everyone, and I don't know, see you in the future.
Thanks so much. Cheers, guys.
Thanks
Really
for having
appreciate
us.
it.
Thanks,
Thank
Matt.
you.
It's been
Bye-bye.
fun.
Have a great evening.
Bye.
Bye. All right, and now I'm really happy to invite Jason Bay, CEO and founder at Outbound Squad, to the stage. And the topic we asked Jason to cover is related to cold calling. And so, yeah, nice to meet you, Jason, and the floor is yours.
You as well. Good to see you. So I'm cool to just kind of get started here and work with the group. Yeah, cool. Oh, perfect. Well, yeah. Hey, Chelsea, what's going on? What's up, Elliot? Good to see everyone. We're going to dig in. I have 27 minutes here. So what I'm going to talk about today is cold calling. It's going to be very fast paced, and I want to give you as many actionable takeaways for you and your team as possible. What would help me understand a little bit more about the group? Can you comment if you're watching this? Are you an SDR, BDR? Did you make it maybe as an account executive? I know this is focused on sales development. Are you doing the job, or are you managing the people? So let me know in the chat. Are you an SDR, BDR? Are you a sales leader? That'll give me some context here as I work through everything with you guys. So let me know in the chat. Hey, Libby, good to see you. Let me know in the chat. That'll give me some good context for today. All right. Cool. Awesome. Thank you, everyone. Very cool. All right. Let me know in the chat as you're dropping this in. What's the average success rate of a cold call? Let me know. What do you think it is in the chat? So this would be the percentage of when I get someone live on the phone, I connect with them, the percentage of people that I would convert into a meeting. Let me know in the chat. What do you think it is? What's the average success rate of a cold call? What's up, Valentina? Hey, Nikhil, Abigail, Rolando, good to see you. Hey, Susan, Lars. The reply crew says about 2%. Let me know in the chat. What do you think the average success rate of a cold call is? Juan says 1%. We got 2%. Chelsea says somewhere between 6 and 8. 1.5. And I know there's probably a little bit of a delay for those of you guys watching it live, so I'll just give it a couple seconds. Cool. Loving the engagement, everyone. So here's what to know. There's a couple things. I think that there's the average, and then we'll talk about what's possible. So according to Gong, right up here, the average chance of a positive outcome from a cold call, so securing a next step, not even securing a meeting, just a next step of some sort, is 1.48%. According to Allego, and also reps that I've personally worked with and coached, and having done this a lot myself, we see success rates somewhere around 30%. So you have this, 1.48% and 30%. What I'm going to talk to you today is like the gap between those two things. So how can we be someone that has to talk with several dozen people to get a meeting versus someone that can get them out of every 3 or so? Okay. A big part of this has to do with credibility. Okay. LinkedIn, they did a 2020 state of sales and they pulled a bunch of buyers, about 10,000 buyers and sellers. And there seems to be a discrepancy in what you see here, right? 65% of sellers say that they always put the buyer first, but only 23% of buyers agree. And then what you see there on the right, 68% of buyers do not describe sales, as a trustworthy profession. So I think the thing to note here is that we are coming from a place of distrust. So when a prospect, I don't have my phone in front of me, but when a prospect decides to pick up the phone, I think we could all agree here that they did not pick it up on purpose thinking it was a cold call because they were so eager to hear what you had to say. They probably thought that you were someone else. And we're coming from a place of distrust. There's inherent distrust towards people that reach out, do cold outreach, that sort of stuff. Okay. So what I want to focus on today is I'm going to teach you how to land meetings without pitching. And I really want this to be the focal point, the principle, the glue behind everything I'm going to show you. Don't prospect to make a sale, prospect to start a conversation. All right. Prospecting is about starting conversations. When we talk about our product, our service, any of that kind of stuff, we're starting to get into sales mode. We don't want to be into sales mode. Okay. So before I get in here, this is what we're going to cover. One, I want to teach you how to confidently nail your cold call intro. And then 2, how to start compelling conversations. All right, let's get in. So we got about 20 minutes. I want to jam pack this with as much as takeaways as I can for you. All right. So what I want to do first is we're going to approach the cold call and we're going to chunk it into 3 parts. Okay. We have our intro, and I have a worksheet, by the way, that I'm going to share with you guys after this. And that worksheet is going to have all of this, like the diagram I'm about to walk you through, plus some scripts and templates, and I'll show it to you here a little bit later. So the first part of the call, what we want to do is focus on making an entrance. Okay, so this is like your first 30 to 60 seconds. Okay, here, there we go. First 30 to 60 seconds. Okay, help me out in the chat here. What do you think is going through the prospect's head when they decide to pick up a call from a number that they don't know? Let me know in the chat. What do you think is going through a prospect's head when they decide to pick up a call and it's from a number that they don't recognize? Yeah. Ayla, hope I'm pronouncing your name correctly. Who is this? Yeah, what does this person want? How quickly can I get them off the phone? Juan says. Yeah, they're probably expecting it to be someone else, right? So I want to give you kind of Lego style here. These are building blocks. These are things that we want to incorporate in the first part of our call. Loving the engagement, everyone, by the way. Keep it coming in the chat. There's a couple things that we want to do, and we don't necessarily have to do them in this order, okay? The first thing I want to do is leverage what's called a permission-based opener, PBO for short. We're going to gain permission. We're going to add some sort of relevance to show the prospect that I called you on purpose. What I'm about to share with you is relevant to something in your world. And then what we're not going to do at this point is we are not going to pitch. So in the first 30 to 60 seconds, we're not talking much about what our product or service does. We're not talking about who we help, and we're not asking for a meeting. Okay, we're not going to pitch. We're going to do, I sometimes refer to it as a reverse pitch or a priority drop. Okay. And again, we don't have to do them necessarily in this order. Okay. So first thing I want to do, real simple, is I'm going to introduce myself. I'm going to gain permission. And again, I have this scripted out and I'll share with you guys here in a second. What that's going to sound like is something like this. Hey, Emin, it's Jason with Outbound Squad. I know I probably caught you in the middle of something. You got a minute for me to tell you why I'm calling? And you can let me know if you want to keep chatting. So I'm actually going to give the prospect a choice and allow them to opt in to the call. There's a ton of different variations of what I just said. But if we start really basic, I want to gain permission. That permission-based opener, again, sounds something like this. Hey, Elliot, Jason with Outbound Squad. I know you weren't expecting my call. Do you mind if I take a minute to tell you the reason for my call? You can let me know if you want to keep chatting. Any variation of that is totally appropriate. So I'm going to acknowledge what I think is going on in their head, right? You're interrupting me. You caught me in the middle of something. I'm going to make a specific ask for time, and then I'm going to ask for permission. Now, what you might be thinking at this point is, well, hey, if I give the prospect an opportunity to say yes or no, couldn't they say no? Well, yeah, they could say no, actually. That's a possibility, okay? If you do this right and you pull it off 8 or 9 times out of 10, you should get a yes or a, hey, go ahead. Yeah, you got me. All that kind of stuff, okay? Libby, if you want to save your question for later, I can, if we have time for it, I can circle back to it. Okay, so permission-based opener. And then I want to add something of relevance, and we'll give you an example of what that might sound like. So let's say that I work with a customer that sells, I'll just write it down here, a customer experience solution, right? And they sell into Fortune 1000 companies, okay? So one of their prospects might be a VP of customer support, let's say. So imagine someone that runs a contact center, got a bunch of reps, all that kind of stuff. So the things that might be going on that company that are relevant to the reason that they're reaching out is any signs of this company trying to reduce the cost to serve their customers. So one thing that's really important, this is both B2B and with consumer type sales. Think about any large department store, think Nordstrom, let's say, for example. I don't know what's big in Europe, but insert big store. One of the things that these contact centers look at is when someone opens up a chat on the website or calls in, they're looking at the total amount of customers that exist in their world, and they look at the total cost of their customer support teams, and they assign a cost to serve. So that cost to serve is literally down to the dollar. We say, hey, every customer costs us $200 per interaction that we have with them to help them, for example, okay? So one of the relevant things that we might find is any indication that they're trying to get their customers to self-serve. Some companies are public and openly talk about that. Sometimes it's a person's LinkedIn profile, whatever it might be. So that relevance piece, that's going to be the first thing that comes out of my mouth. So I'm going to do permission-based opener. Hey, Antonio, it's Jason with XYZ company. I know I probably caught you in the middle of something. You got a minute for me to share the reason for my call? And you can let me know if we keep chatting. Let's say that Antonio's a nice guy and he says, yeah, sure, go ahead, what's up? That relevance statement. I was reaching out because I noticed in your 2022 Q3 quarterly report that reducing cost to serve by about 15% was a really big focus. Right? I'm going to immediately open up with something that is relevant to their world. It could be something that you find off a LinkedIn profile too. Right? Hey, I was reaching out because I noticed a big focus of yours at XYZ company has been reducing the cost to serve your customers in the support department. Okay, so I'm going to open up with relevance. The other thing that's kind of cool is I can flip-flop these too. Okay, so if you find yourself getting hung up on a lot or encountering a lot of resistance early in the call. So when I say early, anything in that first 30 to 60 seconds. If you're getting a lot of resistance, a lot of objections, not interested, people not being friendly, that sort of stuff, I can open up with the relevance. So let's say I'm calling Libby. Libby picks up. Hi, I was giving you a call because of the initiatives that you mentioned in your last quarterly earnings report around reducing cost to serve. Oh, by the way, this is Jason with XYZ company. You got a minute for me to tell you the reason for my call? So I can flip-flop those too. I can start with the relevant piece. So the biggest thing that I want to do is establish right away that I'm calling you on purpose and I'm calling about something that I think is important to you based on what I've seen. If any questions pop up, you guys feel free to drop them into the comments as well. So the next thing that I want to do is what's called a priority drop. Okay. So I've done my permission-based opener. I've added relevance. I said that, I'm calling because of XYZ thing. The priority drop, what I want to leverage is something called customer voice. What customer voice is going to help me do is I'm going to speak through the lens of the people that I help serve. Okay, and I'll give you an example with me, my VP of sales, Ethan Parker, shout out Ethan, and I sell to VPs of sales. We hear a couple really big focuses right now, okay? So if I was talking to a VP of sales, it might sound something like this. Hey, Brian, the reason I was reaching out to you is I noticed you guys are doing a ton of hiring on the SDR side and the AE side right now. And usually when I talk to VPs of sales in this situation, they're running into one of two things. One is they're trying to create more blended pipeline. So they're looking at their account executives and figuring out how can we rely less on inbound and SDRs and help them self-source more of their opportunities. And the other thing I hear right now is adjusting messaging for the current economic times. So with your buyers responding to the economy in specific ways, how are we adjusting both sales and outbound messaging to make sure that we're not extending sales cycles longer than they should be? Do either of those two happen to be something you're focused on right now, or is it something else entirely altogether? All right, so I want to pause there. So what I did is I gained permission. I dropped something relevant to the prospect. So that's my trigger, my personalization, whatever it might be. And then I'm going to do a priority drop. So I'm going to talk about what people like the prospect tend to be focused on. Okay. I would love some help from you guys in the chat. What is one big priority, like a goal, a 2022 or 2023 initiative that your prospects have? Be as detailed as you can. Drop it into the chat for me. What I mentioned was creating blended pipeline, right? Helping account executives self-source more of their own deals so they don't rely so much on inbound and the SDRs. Let me know in the chat so I can kind of customize this for you guys a bit. What's something that's relevant or a priority for your prospects? Drop one of them into the chat. What's a goal? What's something relevant? You don't got to overthink this piece too much. What's a big outcome or goal or initiative that your prospects have? Yeah, so Danielle, I don't know what you sell, but that might be one of the things that we talk about. Hey, and speaking with sales development leaders, one thing we hear right now is, with spam, guidelines being really tough, how do we keep our calls out of spam with the new FCC cold calling guidelines? Yeah, Rolando, a big focus we hear is around reducing medical renewal costs and XYZ. I might add a little bit more detail around that. There we go, Brandon. Shipment visibility. Yeah, so reply, they mentioned book more meetings by an SDR team. Something that I hear kind of related to that is, hey, in speaking with sales development teams, they're being asked to make up for slow inbound right now with the economic conditions and doubling down on outbound. So they're having to double or triple the outcomes from their SDR team. Cool. Yeah, you guys are totally getting this. Okay. So that priority drop, I'm basically going to say, hey, multiple choice, really specific. Are you focused on one or two, A or B? And what that's going to help me do with this middle part of the call is filter the conversation. Okay. When I can filter the conversation, what that allows me to do is kind of sync up with the prospect. Allows me to sync up. Let me explain what I mean by that. So what's really tough, I don't know if anyone here goes to the gym. I want you to imagine like running on a treadmill like this, right? I'm running like this. What you want to do when you call a prospect, they're already on the treadmill. I don't want to just sit here and talk to them while they're on the treadmill. I want to hop on the treadmill next to them and catch up to them, okay? So what I need to do when I sync up is I need to quickly add context and relevance to the conversation so that the possibility of stuff that we could talk about in a cold call is like this. And when they pick up, I'm going to do a priority drop so I can kind of like segment a specific path to take the conversation down and put some bumper guards up. It's going to take the amount of things that we could talk about out here, and it's going to be extremely focused. And in 4 to 6 minutes, if I can have an extremely dialed in conversation around something they care about, the odds of getting a meeting go up exponentially. Okay. So this whole sync up piece, what we want to do is we want to have some questions. I call this question stacking. All right. We want to have some pre-prepared questions for each of those priorities. Okay. And what we want to do here is I'm going to explain the difference here. What's super important when we start to ask questions in a cold call is that we do what's called supporting instead of shifting. So what does that mean? So this is something that I learned. There's a book that's really good. It was assigned homework from my wife, Sarah. It's called You're Not Listening by Kate Murphy. And one of the things that she talked about in that book is that a lot of people tend to just listen. And when they listen to people, they listen for things that they relate to. So I'll give you an example of that. If I asked you, hey, what are you up to this, I guess it's Tuesday. What did you do last weekend? And you said, oh, I just, I bought a guitar, I'm learning how to play. So I happen to play guitar. So one of the ways that I could respond to that is I could say, oh, I play guitar too. I've been playing since 7th grade. I have a Carvin guitar. I really like XYZ. I could start talking about all the things that I relate with about that guitar. That's called a shift response. I took what so-and-so said and I shifted the focus away from them and onto me. What I want to do is the exact opposite. A support response is if someone says, yeah, I actually bought a guitar this weekend, it would be me saying, oh, what made you decide to buy the guitar? Who's your favorite guitar player? What bands do you like listening to? What's a song that you're trying to learn right now? It's me supporting what they just shared, keeping the focus on them. So what does this have to, yeah, exactly, Roger. And I hope I'm pronouncing your name right. So what does this have to do with prospecting? What we tend to do in sales is when prospects say, oh yeah, I am focused on reducing cost to serve. Awesome. Well, we can help you with that. I'm really glad I called. Let's set up a meeting to talk about it later. That's me shifting the focus of the conversation from what they said was important to them onto how I can help. It's not time for that yet. What I want to do is support what they said with a couple of good questions to dig in further. Okay. So what we want to do here that's super important is we want to ask a question where we state a common problem that people like them might have, and then follow that up with a question. Okay. And again, I'm going to share a worksheet with you guys before we take off that's got a bunch of examples of this stuff in it. So it's problem plus question. So I'm not going to say, hey, Juan, what's your biggest challenge in reducing cost to serve? Because when I just ask a really open-ended question like that, I don't demonstrate business acumen and credibility, the thing that we talked about at the very beginning of this call. So I'm going to state something that I see and just ask them if they have it. Okay. So I might say, hey, Joseph, with reducing cost to serve being a focus, one of the things that we oftentimes see is that, people are creating PDFs and digital assets to help customers answer their own questions. And oftentimes what ends up happening is people go to those assets and they end up calling into the contact center anyways. I'm really curious, how have you dealt with that? Or what's your experience been? Or what digital assets have you tried creating? Or what response to your assets have you had in getting customers trying to use them? So I'm going to have 2 or 3 prepared questions for the priority, and I'm going to connect this call where I'm going to say, hey, here's the priority drop. Let's ask a couple questions around that. That's going to allow me to sync up. And then let me make sure, just for time's sake here, that we go to this next part, okay? So this next part, what we want to do is we want to be the person to say goodbye. All right. So what I'm going to do now is just summarize back what I heard. So let's say the prospect's like, yeah, reducing cost to serve is a big focus. Yeah, we haven't had any success with PDFs. Customers keep calling in. They're not able to get their questions answered, et cetera, et cetera. So I'm just going to summarize back what we heard. Yeah, good job, Daniel, putting that into practice. So I'm just going to say, hey, so what I heard today, so this is how you can transition to the close. Hey, so what I heard today is that reducing cost to serve is a really big focus, but one of the challenges that you've had is that you're creating a lot of these digital assets and customers are attempting to use them, but they just kind of call back into the contact center anyways. And it sort of is counterintuitive. And then the get agreement part on the say goodbye section, I'm just going to say, did I miss anything? Or is there anything that you would add? Thank you, Eric. So I'm going to get agreement. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask for the meeting. I like this question. Hey, do you mind if I make a quick suggestion? And the prospects will respond to you in kind of a weird way sometimes when you ask that. They're like, yeah, sure, what's up? Well, hey, everything that you talked about is stuff that, and I'll use a customer story, is very similar to what we heard at companies like Comcast or what other company, where they were dealing with this thing. And one of the ways we helped them was by achieving these outcomes. I know I caught you in the middle of your day here. How about we find some time to chat when I'm not cold calling you in the middle of your day? Do you have your calendar handy? Oh, and we're going to go in, ask for the meeting, and I'm going to do what's called a triple confirmation. So I'm going to confirm time with them again. I'm going to get them to accept the calendar invite on the call. I'm going to confirm the agenda, and I'm going to confirm what I heard them say. So what are we going to be talking about? When are we going to be talking about it? And then getting them to accept the calendar invite on the call. All right, we got 2 or 3 minutes left. I'm going to show you guys and drop into the chat a document, just a little leave behind worksheet. In the meantime, do you have some questions? If you got a question right now in the chat, I can probably answer 2 or 3 of them. Sarah.
Jason,
Yep.
I'll jump in.
Oh, sure.
I have one, but go ahead. If you started answering Sarah's, I have one more for you that I'll show you up.
Yeah, let me just real quick. Okay, can you guys see my
I have
screen?
the one from Libby from before, just in case. Yeah.
I don't know if it's allowing me to share my screen. Here's oh, there it is. Okay. This document right here, I'll drop in. It's got this. It's got examples of questions. It's got a talk track template, all of that kind of stuff. So I'll make sure to share that. I don't know how to, I don't think it's letting me drop it into the chat. I'll put it into to private chat. If you guys can like share that link out, that would be great. Okay, so questions. So Sarah said, how long should the call be? 4 to 6 minutes is kind of the sweet spot according to Gong's data, but really probably longer than 3 or 4 minutes is ideal so that you can have a good rapport, get some good challenges, etc. So there's no like ideal time range, but there is a pattern in successful cold calls being somewhere between 4 and 6 minutes. Alex, did you have another question you wanted me to answer, or do you just want me to go through what's in the chat here?
Showing it on screen now. Mm-hmm.
Oh, Libby, should you use that permission-based opener for a gatekeeper? Okay, so gatekeepers, I'm a fan of Smart Calling by Art Sobczak. Let's not call them gatekeepers, let's call them assistants because their job is to assist. So the way that I would talk to an assistant is to simply ask them for help or to be very assumptive. So if I'm calling in and asking for Libby, I'd say, hey, this is Jason. Can I speak with Libby? Thank you. I'm just going to be super assumptive. I don't need to do a permission-based opener. If they say, well, what's the reason for your call? Hey, I was calling to ask for Libby because, and then I would do priority drop. Typically, people like her are focused on these sort of stuff, and I had some ideas on ways that we might be able to help based on work that we're doing with similar companies. Can you put me through to her? Thank you. All right, and I can do like 2 more questions, and then I got to jump. So Claire, you said if you don't get a customer when cold calling, should you leave a voicemail? Absolutely. When you leave a voicemail, point the voicemail to the email. So instead of saying call me back, say, hey, I just sent you an email and the subject line is account executives prospecting. I had some ideas on there on how to get your account executives to do more prospecting. This is Jason with Outbound Squad. Like point the voicemail to the email. And Alex, I'm sorry, you were you're like putting questions up on the screen. I should
Yeah,
probably
sorry
answer the
about
ones you
that.
put up on the screen. Huh?
No
No, you're good. So Ayla says, how do you memorize your script? I tend to read to avoid forgetting my next line. I would start with a talk track, like you see in the document that I shared with you guys. I like talk tracks because they have talking points instead of word for word scripts on what to say. So I would memorize the structure and the talking points, and I would commit how you introduce the call in the first 30 seconds to memory. Outside of that, I would let it flow a little bit. So to give you an example, like with this talk today, when I was sharing this little document right there, I have another document like that I could open up on my other screen as a cheat sheet in case I forget. But you know what I find is more challenging is to push myself to memorize and really know the material inside and out. So don't memorize the specific words that you're going to say. Memorize the talking points and the structure. That's what you want to commit to memory. We got one more. I could get to
I
one
don't
more.
think we have enough time, unfortunately. If you have a few minutes,
We're
just
good?
stick
Okay.
around. You can answer in the comments. I think there was like one more question left over there. Thank you so much, Jason. We shared the link already. Thank you
Yeah.
for really actionable insights. That was amazing. It was great to have you.
Yeah, you bet. And I just dropped into the chat to my LinkedIn profile. If you guys could help me get that into the comments. Anyone that wants to connect on LinkedIn, let me know. I post content on a daily basis for Outbound. So thank you for having me, Alex. We'll see you, everyone. Thank you for your time. Later.
Bye. All right, and our next speaker is actually already here, ready to join us. Last but not least, welcome our friend Michael Maximov, co-founder and managing partner at Belkins. Michael is a serial entrepreneur and investor with 7+ years of experience in B2B sales and marketing, building service companies, and bootstrapping SaaS startups. Hi, Michael, letting you in now.
Hey
How are
guys,
you?
Good. How are you, Alex? Jason was great, by the way. Great presentation, Jason. So many great speakers today. Great job, Reply, for organizing this. I know I'm last in the list, and you guys have been here for like what, 5 hours now. So I'll make it for you. I'll make it fun for you. And for those who stick around until the end, I have several great artifacts that I'm sharing with you. So stick around, and you're gonna get some value out of this. All right.
All right. I'll be back when you're done. Okay.
Sounds good. All right. How do I put the deck on? Oh, I think you help me. Perfect. All right. So guys, just to give you context, why the name of the presentation today is 10 Creative Cold Outreach Strategies. So for those who doesn't know Belkins, so we are known, or we are the #1 appointment setting agency according to Clutch, G2, UpCity, and the reason why we're the #1 is that we think that there's no unwin situation. So we are trying to win for every client that we work with, and we are trying to create as creative strategies for that winning as we can. And as a result of our work, we are trying to sort of like maximize all the details of the appointment setting process, starting with lead research, template writing, email deliverability, SDR work, et cetera. And as we are growing our company, we're branching out different products and services like Folderly, LeadsForce, WordSteer. So you can check them out. They're all great products, and were built specifically to maximize the value of appointment setting and the results and ROI from it. And so we've been working with this many industries, and sometimes we're going crazy with our strategies. So today I'm sharing 10 some creative strategies for the outbound email marketing that you can utilize. And at the end of this, I'm putting the link to all of them, so you can click and you can go and you can use some of them for your internal process. All right. So I don't have a lot of time, so I'm just jumping into this. So the first one, we call this one referring me to the right person approach. So we all know that it's like, hey, I'm looking for the right person, let me know, etc., etc. What we are doing is we are using an actual name of a colleague or several colleagues to refer to them and use them as the variable in our outreach. And because we are referring to them to the title, who might be a decision maker as well, in our email copy, it creates a certain additional personalization, and it helps a lot to sort of like get that open rate higher, etc., etc. A few things that really need to be that are important here is that if you want to use this approach, you definitely need to have at least 3 to 3 contacts in your spreadsheet for you to reach out to at the same time. And then again, this approach actually works really well, and and it can be used for a great variety of different industries. The next one we're calling I'm an assistant, and I was asked to reach out. So essentially, we're creating an assistant, or if we have an assistant, let's say whose name is Jennifer, and we are emailing a prospect on behalf of Jennifer, or on behalf of let's say Jennifer's my assistant, right? On behalf of myself to sort of like to get a call and discuss the partnership, etc. And you can see here on this template that it's more formal. It has the right structure, and it talks about why I think that we need to discuss this opportunity. And it has a great open rate and reply rate. But the trick here is that at the bottom of it, you sort of like attach the forward email as if I actually emailed Jen to set this up. So I'm saying, hey, Jennifer, check out this, this company. I really think that we need to set up a call. Can you reach out to them and do that for me? And because I'm attaching this forward email with my signature and with all the variables, it creates that additional personalization that helps a lot. And we've seen this approach. Actually, we worked with several clients, and for one of them, we booked so many appointments that we actually paused the partnership for the time being until they can work with the law, because there was so many answers and appointments happening at the same time for a small operation. The third one we call the call recap. So, and this one is fun, and we received a few interesting responses from this one. So essentially, what you do, you have a call script that, like Jason was just sharing with you during his talk, and you kind of put that script with a few lines in your email. And when a prospect received that that response, and they read through that, and then you put that call recap, because that's the call recap that you might have. That's that makes them smile, and that's sort of like just again, when the responses that we received were like, oh, well, this is the creative approach, I like it, okay, let's discuss, let's talk, or they're asking some question, they're engaging, right? Because sometimes you just really wanted them to put your name in front of them and make them smile and make their day, and then you can have the conversation with the rest follow-up, etc., etc. So this one is it's 49% open rate, 10% reply rate across the board, but it's nice, and sometimes you can utilize that if you are out of option. But I decided that I definitely want you guys to see this, because that's a nice one, a creative one. And that next one is let's meet at the event approach. Again, we all are booking conferences using email, right? This one is more about creating a lot of personalization. So when we're doing the research, and again, I was speaking in several conferences in the past, and when I had people reaching out to me, they just reached out sort of like, hey, Michael, I saw you were speaking, let's meet up, right? But if you add more personalization, if you add about the topic of the speaking, or the speakers that were before me or after me, right? Or some other talking points that can be used there, or the session time. So, hey, Michael, so you were speaking at 2 p.m. on Tuesday. Oh, I'm definitely going to check out Jason before you. But if I won't be able to connect with you at that time, hey, can we grab something after that, right? So again, just by adding additional personalization points, that might help you a lot to kind of, just to stand out and to generate more opens, replies, etc., right? More appointments. That's what we do as SDRs, right? Here, this one gets 65 open rate and 18% reply rate on average. We've been testing this one for some time. One other add here is that when you do the follow-ups, what I notice is that if you use not generic follow-up, but something like, hey, just landed JFK, heading towards the venue, my slot got freed up, can I open something? Are you open? Can we catch up? Just really kind of creating a situation, a certain scenario around the not just generally following up, also create a huge impact and help to win those additional open rates at the end. Kind of moving on to the number 5. And again, I'm just going through them real quick here. And if you have any questions, guys, put them in chat. If we have still a few minutes, I'll be happy to answer questions for each one of those. You just say, hey, Michael, number 5, do you know this or that, or can you answer this? So number 5, this one is also interesting. And when I was doing this presentation, I get together my team and we sort of like say, hey, what are the best creative approaches we can put in front of the people that are attending this conference? So one of them is specifically that we are using for the enterprise type appointments, because we all know that it's one thing to generate appointments with with a small to mid-sized business, but then another gameplay when you're speaking about Fortune 500, about enterprise companies, right? So this one is used across the board by our team, specifically when we're thinking about the bigger companies, 10,000 plus people, companies that have a lot of turnover, et cetera, et cetera. So this is the more formal style. So it's more about creating the structure, putting the right value proposition. And this specific approach is when we reached out to the people that worked for that company in the past, that they now work in the company of a competitor or a different company that can be a good fit for us, right? And we reached out to those people with regards to their past experience working with that company in a certain position, referencing that and inquiring whether this particular company is going to be a good fit, and creating that additional personalization, that creative approach of understanding that, or sort of like pointing out that that person worked for that company and now they are at that company, and then based on their previous experience, we think that et cetera, might be a great a great personalization. And it gets this 45 open rate, which is huge for enterprise companies, right? Because those guys don't usually open emails a lot, right? Then this one is called negative review approach. So basically what you do, you research, use the platforms like Clutch or G2 or any other review platforms where there are reviews about the product or service. You find the company that, or you find, for example, you go and you research your competitors, and then you find people that left their negative reviews, and you sort of like reference their negative reviews, or if their colleagues left the negative reviews in their email, pointing out whether you can do the better, or if they can discuss this, or if they're still looking for the replacement, et cetera. In that way, again, you create a great personalized approach, and we've seen that this is a good, solid approach that generates 47% open rate, and that you can have a very strong UVP, in comparison to the competitors that you are, against in your email, et cetera, et cetera. Another one is create internal competition approach. I didn't think about this approach myself, but one of our account managers just pointed that out. So the way the approach works is you reached out to a person, or you invite someone to the call, or you are, let's say I have a CMO and director of marketing, right? So I reached out to director of marketing and I invited them for a call. They might don't respond, but then I reached out to a CMO saying that I invited the director of marketing for the call, and whether CMO could join us, and generally maybe the CMO would be the better person to discuss this, right? So this is very similar to the referral approach, but instead of just referencing that is that other person is a good person to talk with, this approach is more about that already been, that the person invited, that I discussed with someone, or I send information to someone, I want them to send it to you because maybe you are the right person, maybe you are my guy in the company that I can talk to. And by the way, this is a psychology thing sometimes, because obviously we all want to be important and we want to be decision makers in certain process, and we all want to share this. So I receive an email like that, that, hey, my partner Vlad can be a responsible person. I share this with Vlad. I say, hey Vlad, did you see this email? He say, yeah. Hey, did you check this out, guys? I went through their website, et cetera, et cetera. So I put everything in motion just by creating that internal competition. Again, great approach, but requires several prospects per company to reach out to and have a very nice management of leads in your CRM. Number 8, I have a good time. All right, because sometimes when I do the presentation like this and people say, hey, you have 20 minutes, Michael, I'm on the 3rd slide and it's been already 30 minutes. So I'm trying to, to make sure that we're within the schedule here. So number 8, personal experience with an industry problem. This one is also interesting because sometimes when you think about the unique value proposition, we think about our product or about our service, but we sometimes forget about the pain point, about the problem that we're trying to solve. And if we make this problem personal, or the problem that the client has or the pain point has personal, and share that personal story, that might create a certain additional, that might create some certain additional personalization that we require to be able to, to engage with prospects and kind of stand out and generate that additional open rate. So make this personal, underline one major problem in the industry, and don't sell. It's more about the inquiry or possibility of discussion, right? Because we all know that the times that we are using email or cold email as the sales rather than the relationship building mechanism long gone. So we really need to make sure that it's more about the relationship, more about the problem, rather than just by purely selling or purely marketing certain product, right? This email gets us 45% open rate and 9% reply rate. All right, so number 9, a newcomers approach. And again, every approach that you see here is around personalization, how personalized you can be here. And sometimes when we are wearing many hats as SDRs, and we really wanted to send as many emails or make as many calls or send as many LinkedIn invites, but at the same time, we have this great database. Sometimes we cannot do all that at the same time. So we in our company, we have a lead research position, people that are dedicated to researching leads and creating this great personalization and preparing these Excel sheets for our SDRs. That's why, for example, for this specific approach, we're looking for people that changed their job title or were appointed for a certain leadership role recently, and we are obviously congratulating them with this, and we are kind of pointing out the connection there. And so the trick here is a short message, congratulate, and it works really well again with enterprise companies when you sort of reached out to companies that have a lot of turnover, when they have a lot of leadership roles, and this one sticks, and it has 55 open rate and 12% reply rate. Number 10 here, 2 people didn't respond approach. This is my favorite because I use it myself several times and it worked a lot. So here, what we do, we take several people within the same organization, we take their titles as well, and what we do, we first reached out with a referral approach to let's say head level, director level, VP level professionals, to both of them. Then if, for those who didn't respond, we export those people, let's say from reply.io, and we say, okay, these guys didn't respond. So then we add a third person that is one level up those 2 folks, and we email, like, hey, John, your head of marketing, Dmitry, and your VP of marketing, Brian, didn't respond to my email. I guess, blah, 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 blah. Why don't I, put this in front of you? Let me know what you think about this. Like blah, 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 right? So sort of like the idea is that, again, you create additional personalization, you make this personal, you put a lot of names in front of them. You do this in a very targeted manner. So obviously all companies match your ideal customer profile. Everything is top-notch in terms of your process. So then, when people receive an email like that, it's very short, it's to the point, without any links, any attachments, no selling, etc., then, they want to engage, right? And this specific one give us 49% open rate and, 11% reply rate here. So here is the, you can scan it. This is the list to all 10 creative strategies. You can copy and paste them and use them. So again, I skipped through them right now just to give you the idea of what kind of personalization you can get with strategies like this. But you can use this document, check this out. And again, if you can use some of them or create more like this, that would be perfect. Because at the end of the day, sometimes when we are skeptical about a certain product or service, right? And we feel like, well, I don't know, like our product is not good enough, or I don't know, our value proposition, we need to really tailor the value proposition. Sometimes it's not that. Sometimes it's just about how creative or how persistent or how good you are with your approach. And we've seen that even if we have clients that we are very skeptical when we start, but when we try these different approaches and we find the one that works, and it's not about changing their UVP or improving the product, it's all about the approach, the way you do it, the way you package the messaging, and it works, we are all very like, hey, yeah, we knew that it might work, that's great. So by finding these different creative strategies and by kind of A/B testing and optimizing and looking for different ways, not necessarily, I would say, like scamming or telling the truth in the email, because when you see across all these 10 strategies, you were sticking to your script, you were sticking to your approach. It's just the way you package it, right? The way you put, people in front or information in front of the people. This is important. So by doing that in a very creative manner, you can, achieve great success. One other artifact that I prepared for you is, so we analyzed about 10,000 emails that we actually sent from reply.io and across thousands of mailboxes across the last year. And we've, emailed, different industries, thousands of emails going out to different industries. So 10 million emails. And then we've put together an average open rate and average reply rate for the industry that we are emailing to, right? And this is the artifact for you. So check this out. There's a list of all the industry with their average open rate and reply rate based on the 10 million emails that we send with different approaches. And check out which industry has the higher open rate, because, for example, we highlighted there are a few here, like venture capital, blockchain, alcohol, tobacco. And again, you can cluster them in a more other vertical, professional training and coaching, etc., that has very high open rate. And there are some few that are like recreational facilities and services, different museums, institutions, and other. And again, I don't know what products you have, guys, but again, we sold to those establishments as well, and we sold them successfully. So again, check out which one, where you guys are, what industry you're emailing to, what's your open rate, and maybe that's going to help you. And if you see that you're below the bar, it means that you can do better with your messaging, with your leads, et cetera, et cetera. One other thing that I wanted to share with you about, so because we've been working a lot with these different creative approaches, we branched out in a certain company or agency called Worstier. The website is worstier.io. The guys that specifically were trained to create these creative approaches. And the Worstier team helped me to put together this list of top 10 general rules for all emails that I really wanted to share with you again as well. It's not the topic of the presentation, but again, you stick around for 5 hours here, so you definitely need to get as much value of this as you can. So the 10 rules for all emails that we recommend, or the Worstier team recommends. So our writers recommend that the subject lines should ideally be 3 to 4 words long max. The shorter, the better. And again, stick to very short ones. Don't create the long ones, right? And sometimes if I use 1 or 2 words, that's perfect. Waves 2 and 4 and all other even number waves are sent in the same thread as odd numbered waves. So it means that sometimes you don't necessarily need to have this huge thread of emails that you send one by one by one. You need to split them. And when you split them, you can create and you can use different additional subject lines for them. Because whenever I receive a sequence of like 10 follow-ups in the same line, sometimes it's frustrating because there's no way I will go through all of them. And if I didn't respond to the 9 of them, I wouldn't respond to that one. So keep this in mind. Wave 2 and 4 and all other even numbered wave have to be between 25 to 50 words long, right? So it means that the second, third, fourth, don't write the huge follow-ups and try to stick to the short ones. And again, this is based on our stats, based on our numbers. So the wave 1, 3, and 5 and all other odd number waves have to be between 50 to 125 words, so longer for a quick reading on all devices, comparing to the ones that are shorter. But still, they don't need to be very long, because you sometimes, I think like half of us, or maybe 75% of us, are using our mobile to read through or skip through the messages, right? Emails of these lengths are known to be generating 50% more response rate. Again, keep this in mind. Wave 1, 3, and 5 and all other odd number waves have subject lines. So it means that when you split the sequence to a certain different way, so if you send first and the second wave with one subject line, the third with a different subject line, so they go where they're sent as the separate threads, right? So the 1, 3, and 5 with the dedicated with the different subject lines for higher response rate. The number of questions per email has to be no greater than 1 or 2. And this is the newbie mistake, right? Whenever you create your first sequence, the experienced SDRs know that if you put 2 questions in front of prospect or 3 questions, they're going to respond to the first or the third one, whichever they decide the best, right, for them. But don't do that. Just put 1 or 2 maximum, better one, and just stick to that one across the board. One storyline, right? You don't just kind of send each email with a different question, with different storyline, so the person don't know what's going on there, right? The number of subject lines per email sequence has to be not greater than 3, right? So here it means that also with regards to the A/B testing, right? Sometimes we want to A/B test everything, but let's stick to several subject lines to A/B test from. Don't create so many of them that you then don't have enough representative numbers to kind of to choose from. The number of paragraphs per odd number waves is no greater than 4. 2, 3 is ideal. So it means that the structure, opening, main body, call to action, that's it, right? You don't create a lot of paragraph, or you don't stretch the email to have wrong formatting, right? They just stick to the right structure. So, that's easy to, that like people are, whenever you message your colleague or whatever, you say, hey, John, then you do the quick message and then basta or things, whatever, right? You don't create that huge email as if it's an email campaign. You cannot use link in the first wave or the email sequence. So we recommend, or the team recommends, that we don't use any links in the first wave or first step of the sequence. The reason there is you might harm your email readability, you might confuse the prospect, no one's going to click on that, you're going to feel suspicious or fishy or spammy, and there's some other things, and you might not even be relevant. Why don't send information to the person that's not relevant for? So it's better not to send it at all. So don't send any links or any attachments in your first email, and then talk more about the prospect and less about yourself. So it means that talk about the problem, about the pain point, about the challenge, etc., etc. Don't talk about you, and don't talk about your product, don't talk about your company. Really, it's about the relationship, about the problem you want to solve, and you are trying to engage because you are interested in someone and you're not interested in yourself. That's why, again, remember that when you do this. All right, so these were the 10 rules for all emails. Hope some of these were helpful. And that's it for today. Here's my LinkedIn connection. I thought this of advance, so if someone wants to connect, go ahead and just scan this, and I'll be happy to answer your follow-up questions or engage on any of my project with you, on LinkedIn. Thanks.
Michael, I'll join you for this one here, help you with, we had some questions during your presentation. I think we still have 3 more minutes, so okay. I will kind of help you select the right ones. So there was a question about the meeting booked ratio. So I'll put it up here, because you shared some reply rates, open rates. Do you have the idea of how many meetings are booked?
Yeah, so I think that across the board, we're looking at between 1 to 2% appointment rate. If we're talking about, the volume-based outreach approach, right? Again, everything goes down to your product, your ICP, you're emailing to small, medium-sized, or enterprise-type companies, et cetera, et cetera. But across the board, if we're emailing SMBs with a nice set of tools, with the right database, then we're looking at between 1 to 2% open rate. So if you are appointment rate. So if you have a list of 500 contacts, not companies, right? Because if you have 2 or 3 contacts per company, so it goes down to 100, 150 organizations. So the list of 500 contacts generate between 5 to 10 appointments on average across the board.
Okay. Indeed, sounds good. There was another one regarding the delays that you schedule between your emails. When would you send your follow-ups?
So we believe that so we should stick to 1, 3, 5, 8, 12. So it means that I send them an email, and then in 2 days I send my first follow-up, then in 2 days my second follow-up, then I wait 3 days for third follow-up, and then 4 or 5 days for the fourth follow-up, and that's it. Sometimes if they don't answer for the 3, 4 follow-ups, then you don't email them, and then you wait, you put on hold on this database for a few months, and then you engage with them with another messaging. It's better than just sending the sequence of 10, 15 follow-ups and being blacklisted by those people, right? Or for them not to hear from you again, and we don't want to hear from you again anymore. So
you need to play the long game, right? Instead of getting unsubscribed right away from. Okay, sounds good. Also, just a quick follow-up regarding the length of the emails, because earlier we talked about being super short, being on point. You showed us some templates with longer ones. People are wondering, when do we select which?
Right. So you should stick to your buying persona, and you should stick to their habits, right? So if you're emailing to VP of sales of the enterprise type company, where they're very formal, They have a certain process, the structure. They don't like to waste time. So if they open an email, they would better have all the information they need to then this email to be actionable. So if that is the case, then I would stick to more formal type, more longer type, right? But if you are emailing to, founder of a startup and it's a small company or a mid-sized company, they're fast, they're quick, they go, right? And I'm emailing them while connecting them on LinkedIn, then I can stick to a short message. So typically when we talk about the emailing game, then short messages always wins. But I would argue that you still need to A/B test. So sometimes if you have the feeling that, you know what, maybe for my buying, my short type emails doesn't work. Shit, I need to figure something out, right? So if that is the case, then try and use a more longer type form.
Indeed. Thank you so much for clarifying, for clearing that out for us. And indeed, a reminder to A/B test is always there, always important. Perfect. So yes, we are right on time. Thank you so much, Michael. Really appreciate your presentation. So many great insights, templates. We can get straight to using them. So we'll let you go.
Thank you. Thank you, guys. Pleasure. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye. All right. And we are almost out. Just a few more minutes, guys. We still have some presents to award. Will I let you go first with the questions ones?
Yeah, okay. Just wanted to say I have the last page of our script here. So yeah, it's almost over. Okay, so we had lots of great questions. We picked some of them.
SDR mentorship session.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. From the last blog. So we had Elliot Garcia, Joseph Flamingo, Nurali Shekwa. Excuse me for the pronunciation. We will write your names in the chat. So, and then Libby Clayton, Sarah Kochak, Clara Zeltner, and Amanda Wild. Thanks for your great questions and thanks for being active in the chat. Feel free to get in touch with me on LinkedIn for the details, and I will get in touch with you tomorrow for more details.
All right, and one final giveaway that some of you have been waiting for. So Morgan announced a sweepstakes that you could take part in. There were a number of conditions. So indeed, we don't have that many participants because we were very thorough with checking if you did fulfill all of the instructions that we specified. So we set aside a number of people that qualify for it. Let me share my screen for this, and we are going to select it now. All right, just a minute. What is the right tab for this? Okay, 5 hours in. Sorry, I'm a bit already behind on this. Okay, I think I am ready. Perfect. And all right, can you see my screen? Can you please confirm, Vlad?
Yep, I can see it.
All right, perfect. So these are the names of the people who qualify for the sweepstakes for the mentorship session with Morgan. I'm putting them in our randomizer, and let's see. Drum roll, please. All right. Nick, is it going to be Nick? Yes, it's going to be Nick. Nick, congrats. I remember your name. You had some amazing questions. You are quite an active participant in our chat as well. The 45-minute training session with Morgan is yours.
So yeah, congrats, Nick. You will get a personal 45-minute mentorship session with Morgan to enhance your sales results. Our team will contact you after the conference with the details. So thank you to all participants and wish you good luck next time. So yeah. Okay, so what a day. I don't know. Thank you for joining us today and sticking all till the end. We really hope you enjoyed the event and been able to get a few ideas, insights as an SDR, as an SDR leader, BDR leader, account executive. So yeah, thanks to all the speakers for sharing their knowledge, and yeah.
Thank you for being so active in chat. Thank you for being consistent and then asking your questions. I love how you network, talk to each other, answer each other's questions as well. It's a great crowd. I love how you already notice things. This is what we learned. Why are we hearing about this? So you guys are experts already, and it's been a real pleasure to have such an audience today. And we're off.
Okay, I think, again, probably is the last one. Thank you. Again, thank you for everyone for joining us today and spending like 5 hours with us, 5 hours and 5 minutes. I don't know. See you next year.
See you next year. Hopefully we'll be here.
Okay, take care and bye.
Bye.